Hello, Odie. Hello, where am I? Oh, there I am. Hello. Sorry if I don't sound as energetic as I usually do when something happened today. And I'm being an asshole. No. Fortunately, my parents tend to be like that. But I thankfully have Wuthering Waves and for you guys to help me through it. By the way, this song is from a game that was never finished. But the gameplay was so fucking funny I had to put in the music. Also, it's called Drank Dead Dom Die from Dark Dreams Don't Die. And the song is based on shipping out to Boston. Yeah, Dark Dreams Don't Die. Where's a good BGM? Yeah, I'll just have the game be the BGM. Where is it? You guys can hear me, right? Is this thing on? Seems the actual layout of Discord has changed. It's rather odd, but I'll adapt, I suppose. Alright. Oh, we got quite a bit of time before the game starts because it's loading. Oh well then. How have you been today, Odie? Well, it's midnight, so I guess my day is over. It was restarted, I guess. Saturday for me. My Friday wasn't that nice. At least I got a box of dates. Two kinds. A light brown one, which tastes of caramel, and a dark brown one, which is a bit more of a pruny kind of flavour. The flavours. A lot more subtle though, I must say. It's quite nice. Oh, that is very interesting. It's slightly warmer, the flavour's a bit more pronounced. It's mostly a sort of more subtle pruny flavour. There's a hint of caramel in there, but only a smaller hint, the darker one. It's quite nice, I must say. I'm glad I chose this as my snack. Got a whole damn box of them. wonder if anyone's actually here. I did discover something, though, about my room, the reason I'm so tired. Apparently there's black mold in my room. Which kind of explains why I've been sneezing for a bit, and then why I keep getting tired. And never seem to be able to get any energy after sleeping for like 6 fucking hours in the day. Black mold. So, from now on I will be moving my mattress to a different room until the contractor is able to actually fix the house in my room. Unfortunately, my PC is kind of tangled in wire spaghetti, so I will have to stream here. And the Wi-Fi is best up here because in the other room it is fucking awful. Though it is the first place where I did stream, so that's that. Also, there's no lock in that room, and you know, I like my privacy. I wonder if more people will show up tomorrow, considering it's Uma Musume. We got quite a ways to go. I should have downloaded this earlier. Sorry for the wait. Sort of feels lonely in here. I guess the fact there's not really much for me to do right now is sort of reason for that. Still though. It is rather lonely. Right, I do suppose I should show you the loading screen so we know we have a bit of progress. As we can see over here, unfortunately we still have quite a ways before we're able to play. Hello again, OD. Sorry, was I rambling for a bit? I suppose I'm not feeling the best today. That's probably one reason why. So yeah, quick updates. I got black mold in my room, which is kind of an explanation for why I keep feeling tired all of the time. Turns out, no, I do not actually have narcolepsy as a medical condition. Instead, my room is infected. Yay! At least I don't have a medical condition, right? I'm low-key gonna die. Oh well, we can't win everything, I guess. Still quite a ways to go before I can play the game. I guess this is going to become an impromptu Zatsudan stream, because I literally can't do anything else. I should have prepared for this. So I guess something I should speak about is I haven't actually reached the area where the new Japanese themed characters are, including like, well, Linnae. I have Linnae, by the way, and I have a friend and the digital ghost. There's this character, Sigrika, which is definitely not Japanese, so she's from the new region probably. Oh damn. Yeah, I haven't reached that part yet. I will one day, soon, probably. Also, there's Zatoichi over here. I call him Zatoichi because he's a blind swordsman, and... he's a blind swordsman! Of course I'm going to compare him to the most famous blind swordsman ever! But I haven't reached this area yet. I don't know if I should... I'm probably going to wait until I finish the actual story of Septimont first, before I go to that region for the story progression, but yeah. For context, Odie, I haven't actually played the game outside of streams, because I specifically promised everyone that I would only play it during streams, which, ironically, is the only time I mostly play games. Partially due to the black mold, but yeah. I'm tired all the damn time, I guess. You still there already? Just taking care of some stuff, don't worry. It's gonna take a while. And my Silvio's gone, which is great. I suppose what I'm doing some like networking while this thing is loading, by the way. Oh, more people. What is here, actually? Wise Warden stream elements, of course. Maybe I should play Moosme today and then Wuwa tomorrow. Should I? Can I? Wait, no, I can't because the schedule. All threes on the follow account. All threes. I had an idea once, because I will go to Kamifuro like once a year whenever my friend Eliza shows up. First time I ever met her, and well, Hani Toriko, like the first time I ever met VTubers in real life, I brought a box of candy canes for them as a gift, to say like, hi, here's a gift from me to you, because you're so funny, you're all funny and you actually helped me, entertain me, thanks for letting me in your community and stuff like that. Like I did that. My idea was that if I one day am able to go to a convention and my Oshis happen to be there, I would set up my own booth where I cook stuff. And that if anyone of my Oshis happens to show up, I would offer them a free dish. Now, this would have to be my own personal stand, because if I tried doing this on someone else's, me giving out free food would be a liability to them, obviously, so there's that. But like, I'd try and do the thing where I want to befriend all the VTubers who gave me hope, but I would do it there. I would cook something for them. Because I find the act of creating, of sharing that joy, is one of the most sacred things in the world. I just can't think of another way that I could possibly start up a conversation with them, other than that. I cooked them something nice, I filled their belly. I filled their bellies. I have them attribute a positive memory to me because I have actively made something for them. A dish that they'll remember. A taste that won't leave their mouth. Something that may stick with them for quite a bit. That's my idea. I don't know how feasible that is. Me cooking on a mass scale like that, and then providing them with that dish. Because when I'm not serving my Oshis, I have to serve other people. And obviously running an operation like that would be expensive. Because I'd have to buy all the ingredients myself. Get the portable stoves and everything, and then set up a booth. And I don't think I have the skills of scheduling to do that. Nor do I think people will help me. But it's a nice dream, I guess. Nice aspiration for myself in the future, because I kind of know the whole thing of, like, networking is... It's not going to get me to become friends with them. To them, I'm just a VTuber with smaller numbers, and for all they know, I could be trying to leech off them. They won't be able to see me behind the mask. And well, the mask is certainly better than my face. The screen is my limiter. If I'm behind the screen, I can't show them who I am. I can't show you all the little gestures and little movements and little stims that I tend to do when I talk. When I'm excited, how I walk around the room, and I certainly can't cook something and place it in... I can't cook something and place it up and place it in front of you. I can't show you the little mannerisms that I have whenever I cook, whenever I make stuff. For the art! My screen preview, the thing that I use to project my iPad screen to the computer is laggy, so you don't get that. I also know that I certainly can't connect with someone as easily without my eyes and my nose and my mouth. Mostly my eyes. But a lot of them are westernized, so perhaps my mouth. Because apparently in the West they actually notice the mouth more than the eyes when it comes to emotions. Then again, whenever I try analyzing people's emotions, it's like I'm actively trying to be an eye doctor. I kinda know that the dream is unfeasible. My goal of becoming friends with all of the VTubers I look up to. It's impossible. But I think I intentionally chose something that impossible, so that way I have an excuse to live. Because every damn day, I'm given the impression that no one really likes me for me, that I'm a nuisance of some kind. My own parents view me as a filthy sinner because I don't believe in their imaginary friend. The people at my college... Well, there's like one girl who's fine. She's a fellow nerd. She also does ROM hacks really well, but other than her, the rest of them are either cliquey or the macho dude bros who have been too into the manosphere. So, no one level-headed enough to provide me with a good conversation. So I'm given the impression most of the time that I'm not really worthy of being seen in that manner. Being seen with my human face. In any other manner that wouldn't make me into a monster. Or, at the very least, an annoyance. I mean, my parents did try and evict me because I was an atheist. They were overseas, so when I came out, I refused to go to church. Because I did not want to be associated with an institution. Which claimed that all people will be burning in a lake of fire if they're not convinced of something, and I certainly do not want to be associated with an institution involved in the abuse of children. I did not want any part of that. So they tried to disown me, threatened that the moment they got back home, they would kick me out, leave me to the streets, unless I returned to being Christian. I had to kind of scrounge together like a bunch of legal documents from Google of all things. to convince them and say, hey, no, you can't do that, it's illegal. Their response was literally, I'm disappointed you're using the law against us. That was from my father, and he's the more level-headed of the two. My mother fucking hates me, even now. And I'm just saying that because of the incident which I reported on my Discord. No, she just generally does. Because I'm a filthy sinner who is bound for hell, or something like that. Because allegedly, I can't have any form of morality without having a little imaginary friend telling me that I'm naughty. Tell me that, oh, no, you're not worthy of life unless I specifically tell you to. If you're not, if you do not live by my terms, then no, you don't get to live. Like, because I don't believe in that. Because allegedly so. Allegedly because of that. I can't possibly have any view on what's right or wrong. I'm just a disgusting, subhuman piece of shit. And who am I to question her parenting methods of threatening her own children with putting them in active danger? Who am I to do that? Who am I to tell her that, hey, actively trying to make her own children cry in order to make them convinced that they shouldn't be friends with anyone except the individuals who they specifically approve of? Who am I to say that that's not the right manner of doing things? Like, really? It's just... I need to have a religion to say that's wrong. I need to believe in an invisible man in the sky to say, hey, that's kind of fucked up, and you shouldn't do that. It kind of disgusts me a lot of the time that I'm born into that institution. Just become venting stream, hasn't it? By the way, I'm installing Discord onto my laptop, so if anyone's there, I'm sorry if I'm not replying. I'll be there in a moment. Like, yeah. For all the good things about me being Asian that I have, one of the worst things is that whenever my parents are wrong about something, their ego has it where they will refuse to admit that they're in the wrong or going too far, and then they will blame me for it. Seriously. My mum said that the fact that I couldn't get my sisters to blindly follow my orders means that I failed as an older brother. No, that means I treat my sisters like human beings, and instead of grabbing them by the ears and dragging them, I instead try and let them know, saying, hey, no, we gotta go, you see. Right and back, but as I suspected, no one's here. Oh well. I know I shouldn't be venting into my chat while I'm live. Right now I'm just playing Uma Musume in the background while waiting for this bloody thing to download. Just chatting while waiting for Wuwa to download. At times, I have these instincts that somebody's retaliate in rather horrible manners. I don't like them. For all the wishes that I have in the world, one that I realize, the one that I carry most in my heart is my dream of making friends with those who gave me hope. At the same time, however, I don't know. That's the one which I know is the most impossible. I don't know as to why I continue dreaming of it, as to why I continue holding on to it. But considering the horrible shit that happens in my life, and the doubts I have of carrying on, I guess I need something equally as unreasonable in order to keep me around. My dreams are built on nothing more than air and nothing more than empty air and clouds. It's scaffolding. It's scaffolding being blind hope. Its foundation, the personalities of others. Become an island unto yourselves. I think that was what Buddha said once. Become someone else can rely on. Rely on yourself. Don't just blindly rely on other things. You have to rely on yourself and be reliable. I think that's what the lesson was. Can't exactly be very reliable. Can't exactly be confident in myself. Or be an island unto myself. If that island is floating in the sky, where its propulsion device is nothing more than empty words. I keep saying, I will one day become friends with all my Yoshis, but will I Will I ever be able to connect with the very, very introverted Silvervale? Will I ever be able to connect personally with Kason, Zentrea, and Ironmouse? Will they even be able to trust me in the manner with the friends that I do have, who I cherish very much? Will I ever be able to actually connect to them in the same way that they have? I don't think I can honestly answer yes. Then again, self-doubt and self-hatred have been built into my brain for as long as I remember. One of the perks of growing up in the church. Self-deprecation is kind of required to be polite. But sometimes that self-deprecating talk is genuine. Sometimes I do see myself as a disgusting, violent individual, morally reprehensible individual merely for my thoughts. I grew up in a system which told me that thought crime is an actual thing. So it's hard for me to imagine that my angry thoughts and violent imaginations against those who wronged me and others, it's hard for me to reconcile the fact that those don't make me a bad person. Because I've been told my entire life that they do make me a bad person. Constantly fixating on it, making more detailed, and actively wondering what would happen. When I get angry, I visualize in my head the person who made me angry, and then I kind of scientifically analyze the ways that assassinating them would work. Almost in the way that like an MMA fighter would in the cage, or in the Pentagon. So not the Pentagon, the Octagon. I imagine the outcome. All the possible strategies. I look at their knees, see if it's good, see if they're stable, and wonder, could an oblique kick actually work on them? Could it? I look at their necks and I wonder if I could lift their chin and repeatedly strike at their neck, could I disable them? Just long enough for me to get a few words in. I don't actually do these actions, of course. Never once since my childhood have I raised my hand against someone else. I don't remember the last time I threw a punch at an individual that wasn't in a sparring match. I don't remember the last time I was so angry that I lost all control over myself, my emotion, over my speech and my memory and my own actions. I don't remember the last time I was like that. I don't like that. I don't like it when I become nothing more than a violent ape. And yet whenever I get angry, it's all I can remember. It's all I can feel. Emotions are chemical reactions, I'm aware of that. I don't know. I keep seeing those possibilities, those analyses, those strategies I whip up in my head, wondering if they could possibly be feasible. The analyses of the human anatomy and exactly how it can be discombobulated. I have to remind myself that those are merely thoughts I have. They're not actions that I have done. Not once have I struck someone. Not once have I ever raised my hands against someone else. I keep being told, however, that me even having the thought means I've already done the crime. Why does it still affect me in that manner? Why am I still internalizing that idea? Why am I still hung up about it? The fact that I fixated on and analyzed ways that could that I could do those things. My idea is that if someone looked into my head, I don't think they would like me. They would likely view me as rather odd. They'd view me as probably detestable, probably strange and weird, maybe a little bit terrifying, annoying, most likely. I don't know, that's all I can really think of with this on my head. Oh, hello creature. Sorry, I'm kind of venting into the mic. If you want more context, it's in the captain's log in my Discord, though. In the general, you kind of see a snippet of what happened. My mum and her whole being a bad parent thing. I'm just wondering, like, the whole fact that it's kind of undisputable that she's threatening a child with putting them in active danger is not exactly good. My sisters can agree to that, even if they were not given the chance to speak. That's not what I'm discussing here today, what I'm worried of. Because I keep wondering why, when I get angry, I have, like, certain kinds of thoughts. I left Catholicism a couple years back. They may think that that I'm not officially gone, but pretty sure making an audio log stating that I have counts. But the reason why that affects me is because the idea of thought crime. If you have hated your brother, you've already committed the act of murder. If you've looked at a woman in a lustful manner, you've already committed adultery. And that, in my case, anytime I get angry and I happen to imagine very scientific ways of how I can fight an individual person, like I'm in Mortal Kombat or something, I've technically already committed murder. I mean, obviously I don't believe in thought crime, but the fact that I even had the thought to begin with is rather concerning, you see. What my mum did was wrong. She willingly threatened myself and my sisters with abandonment, of ditching us in the middle of a random grocery store with no driver to drive us home, which would be like an hour-long drive. She didn't mention that she was still in the grocery store, that she wouldn't leave us. No, she let us be under the false apprehension that we would be abandoned. Only after I confronted her and pressed her on the issue did she text that, "Oh, by the way, I'm still here, just so you know." Only after I pressed her on the issue. But I think I was right to be angry. She practically nearly gave my sisters a heart attack. The manner in which I got angry, though, where I actively thought of ways, like in Mortal Kombat, where I could, for example, if she tries to shove me out of the car, could I throw an oblique kick at her leg in order to make her knee go backward, in order to make sure that she can't block me? It was an actual thought I had, and I was kind of scared that thought even crossed my mind. Or I wonder what would happen if she tried yelling at me and I could lift her neck up and repeatedly throw throat strikes. I don't know why I keep having these thoughts. When I was a child, I understood why. I was bullied a lot, and so those thoughts were practically a defense mechanism. Back then, I would have understood. Nowadays, though, I don't know why I still have those instincts of trying to come up with a scientific way of discombobulating an opponent, especially when the opponent is meant to be my own mum. I mean, she's a piece of shit, obviously. My sister came out as bi, she wanted to force her to go to conversion therapy, and well, anyone on my server can tell you that no, conversion therapy fucking sucks. It's more like brainwashing and child torture than anything of the sort that it advertises itself to be. Like, she was bi. She could have been in a heterosexual relationship at all in the first place, and yet no, it was like, oh, I'm gonna threaten you with going to conversion therapy, conversion camp. I'm going to do this so that you will be forced to be straight, which, by the way, is physically impossible. It's less that I'm concerned that I had the thoughts about her, and more the fact that I had the thoughts at all. I mean, she is the stereotypical Asian mum. She's an asshole, hyper-conservative, overly dogmatic about a specific religion, actively threatens her children with physical violence or abandoning them in the middle of the street. She's that kind of Asian mum. Ironically, she runs a center that helps with special needs kids. And yet, for some reason, she believes in these outdated parenting ideas. Her only cop-out when I actively am able to dissect her argument is, these are my children, you're not allowed to tell me how to parent my children, implying that I'm not her child. Which she's done multiple times, by the way. Sorry if Can I say I want to deck your mum? By all means, you can. Honestly, I wanted to myself, but you know. It's like, unlike my maternal grandmother Margaret, who is unambiguously a piece of shit, my mum has, like, some okay qualities, so it's a bit more complex. Like, the whole idea of, like, they put food in my mouth, so I put food in their mouth, sort of works. Unlike my maternal grandmother, I'll be referring to her as Margaret from now on. Unlike Margaret, who has done nothing, deadbeat mom, was never there for her own children, abandoned them, like I actually did. Not even with a warning, by the way, just never was there. And it comes back into life to leech off the success. Unlike her, who is, like, genuinely a bad person, best explanation I can give is she's like Big Mom from One Piece. Like, seriously, I watched the whole cake arc and I was like, oh my god, Big Mom is just like my grandma. My mum's, like, the whole saying of hurt people hurt people. She was a victim of Margaret's abuse, and now she dishes the opposite kind of abuse. She went from super neglectful and a piece of shit to overly domineering and a piece of shit. Oh, so she's Catholic, so now we also have religious trauma to add to it, because she actively has a habit of inflicting that upon people. Like I said, my sister is bisexual. One thing I do regret is that I was the one who let them know that she is, and the reason she doesn't tell you is because she's afraid of you. In an argument, I let them know that we don't trust you, Mom and Dad, because you have not given us a reason to trust you. No, being born from you was not a reason. The fact is, we're afraid of you. We have no logical reason to trust you, so how can we love you? It was a mistake for me to say that. I talked it over with my sister. Yeah, it was a mistake. I should not have done that. Because my parents wanted to send my sister to conversion therapy afterwards. Thankfully, by the time that they did that, there was all like multiple articles from like of talk about how conversion therapy fucking sucks and how it's child torture and the horror stories that came from there. What was the movie called? I think it was called The Broken Boy or something. It's from... Was it The Broken Boy? I remember it was like a guy who was gay, who he was sent to a conversion camp and then he documented the horrors that came from there. I think there was a movie about it as well. Like, thanks to that movie, I only learned of it recently, like a couple months back. Like, conversion therapy's been, you know, it's thankfully been said to be... People now know, don't send your kids there if you want them to remain sane. Because it's fucking torture. They do psychologically torture children in there. Do not send them here unless you want Child Protective Services to be sent on you. Don't fucking do it, you monsters. Like that. Thankfully that's a thing, but they were genuinely going to send her there. Nowadays, they don't even talk to her about anything. It's like, anytime that it's even brought up, they give like a glare, like they talk about it and I'll kill you kind of glare, which they do give quite a lot to a lot of things, by the way. The one good thing I can say about my parents is that they do not believe in theocracy. That is the one good thing I can say. But I cannot say that they're trying their best. Especially because of today. My mum even gave the whole con away by saying, when I was arguing, and they're saying, you put my sisters in danger, she said, they can say for themselves, though my sister said, alright then, can I tell it to you then? She said, I'm too pissed to hear about it. So she gave the whole con away. She's not able... No, they're not able to honestly tell her what they feel, because if they are, they risk the incurring of her wrath. Chinese Christian parenting for you. It's a double whammy of child abuse. I'm sorry that I'm venting so much. This should be a happier stream. I just can't get it out of my fucking head. I know that some people have actually had it a lot worse than I do. Cryptid, for one. Her mum is a medically diagnosed narcissist. With all of the shit that entails. Gonna get off your chest before it's pushed on someone else. Yeah. The one thing I can say is that I don't have the worst situation. Cryptid's got an actually medically diagnosed narcissist for a mum. And she lives in Tennessee, and they're dogmatic. Tennessee. Bible Belt. That bullshit. So, I know I'm not in the worst position. I'm not in the worst of circumstances. Still sucks, though. Because I could be better. One thing I am absolutely going to do is that when I grow up... I'm already 20. When I'm able to live... not with my parents... I saw it in a TED Talk, there was this Chinese guy. Disowned by his parents, by the way, for a while. I mean, he was gay, so that's why. he basically talked about reviewing and revising the contract you have with your parents. So, for example, he renewed it with his mother, who was willing to accept him for who he was, and his father refused, and so they don't talk anymore. I think I'll do the same for my parents. And I think I'll recommend that to my sisters, that when they do grow up and they can live by themselves, they do the same. The reviewing of the contract between their parents and themselves. I will say one day, not a similar contract to how I did with Margaret down there. Because for her, it was more akin to a contract you'd make with a child, with a killing small animals, and you say, you do that, then you do the same to yourself, or in this case, you physically or mentally abuse the maids. You're gonna burn your holy books one by one for each incident, or I'm going to send a full detailed report to the members of the Catholic Church who you specifically want, the Kenosha nuns, the members of Opus Dei, and the different priests that are affiliated with the family. In this case, it'll be like an actual adult contract. Thus, for context, no, Margaret does not have dementia or Alzheimer's or any shit like that. She is mentally stable in the manner that she's not afflicted with anything, but she's a piece of shit. Which is unfortunate that I have to say that about my own family member, but here we fucking are. Feels weird doing this. For most of my life as a Chinese person, I've been told by my father and my mother, mostly my father because he's very, 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 very traditionally Chinese. He told me essentially, for families. Now, keep in mind, both my parents are somewhat racist towards white people, or more accurately, elitist. They believe that the Chinese culture is the best one, and everyone else's is kind of, quote-unquote, inferior. The excuse being, oh, the Westerners put the elderly in nursing homes, or whatever the fuck it is. Well, we have them in our own home. Yeah, well, the West is able to cut off toxic parents easier. That's a win in their book. I'd certainly consider that a win. Considering Margaret's still living with us. Like, they say that, so my dad keeps saying, the reason, no matter what bullshit, no matter what's happening inside of the family to everyone else, you make it look like everything's fine because you don't air out your dirty laundry to the public. I understand where it comes from, family reputation and all that. I think it's bullshit. It's the best way for abuse to be hidden and for it to be perpetuated. That's a very, very big issue with Asian culture, I have to say. For all the good things we have, like communal eating, for example, and a lot of community stuff, the fact that family reunions are kind of just a normal thing that we have. For all the good that is, yeah, it doesn't change the fact that we have a system which perpetuates enabling abusers because we don't get rid of them. It's one very big gaping flaw. My parents will never acknowledge it, though. I wonder if anyone else thinks of it that way as well. Because, like, I have friends who are, well, I mean, obviously there's some in Asia, but, you know, they're kind of very, very traditionalist, so they're not the best source. But, like, for example, Sora, she is half Korean, half Canadian. I think Canadian. She lives in Canada, and she's apparently half white or something, so she's probably part Canadian. She's one example. There's Carla, half Korean, half Latina. I guess I don't really have a lot of Asian friends from a Western setting, but there's them. I wonder what their perspective on this would be, the whole ability to cut off toxic family members who actively harm you and stuff like that. For my friends who are just straight up American or European, I know their stance. Because a lot of them happen to have shitty family members. Cryptid for one, Luna for another, and the biological father for context. I'm not going to give much more detail than that because I'm not going to disclose it without her permission. But like, yeah, I know their perspective on it because, well, they've told it to me. Their perspective is certainly a lot more logical, I must say. But like, to my fellow Asians, I wonder what their perspective on it would be. Would I be in the wrong in their eyes for viewing it in this manner? Because on one hand, my parents at least were there, they weren't deadbeats. On the other hand, they've caused me a lot of pain. That's not even counting religion, by the way, because religion was like 50% of the bullshit that made me so fucked up, including the whole thought crime thing, where I'm still conflicted about the fact that I have violent thoughts. Not actions, by the way, the thoughts itself. Me thinking about it. I'm still hung up about if it was okay for me to have the thoughts and to, like, contemplate them. Most people just say, like, just let it go, it's just, you didn't do it, so it's fine, but, like, I have been taught from childhood that the thought is as bad as the action itself. Thanks for nothing, Yeshua, for that goddamn Sermon on the Mount. You convinced an entire population of people that thought crime exists. One thing I will say is that, for one positive thing, last night I did think of something cool I could do once. I randomly thought of Silvervale at that point. So this was before the whole thing today. Well, last night. It's 1 AM, so like a couple hours before. So the night before that. I thought of like Silvervale and like the other VTubers I look up to, and then I thought of Eliza, the first VTuber who I actually, well, technically I met Hanny Toreko first, but the first one I became friends with IRL was Eliza Hemlock. I was thinking of like, if I do get to go to a convention again, I will go to Komifuro, because Eliza will probably be there, and it'll be my last Komifuro before I move to Australia. I was thinking of like, hey, maybe I could, if I happen to be in a convention where the VTubers I look up to, like Silvervale, would be there. Iron Mouse, unfortunately, definitely not, because, well, she's definitely not going to be there in person. What I was planning was, I like make it like a little booth where I cook stuff, and if one of my Oshis happens to be there, I give them like a free custom dish. While chatting with them and talking about like the good they've done for me, and like asking them about personal questions, and I'd say like, would it be okay if I become friends with you? Considering that's one of my main purposes of my quest here. Like, I would ask them, obviously, and like they don't have to say yes. They could say no. It's their choice, really. Which is why I say Iron Mouse likely can't do that, because, well, she can't go outside without dying. As of this current point in time, for all we know, her treatment could improve, and then her treatment could be successful, and then her antibody, she might be able to actually go outside and eat stuff outside one day, hopefully. I mean, she can walk now. That's definitely an improvement, I must say, so congrats to her on that. I was thinking of it, thinking that, for example, it was Silvervale. Silvervale, she's really chill, and she's funny in a lot of her videos. Perfect mixture of wholesome with a dash of lewd humor, and definitely a lot of and definitely a lot of situational humor. So that's why I like her videos a lot. Her streams as well, yes. Albeit I'm usually busy, so I can't watch her streams live, which is unfortunate. But that is something I thought of, because she has family. Konzetsu is her brother, and then obviously her mum is there. Her mum also is there. So my idea was that I would make Chinese steamed eggs, because I made them before. I finally have it down to a science. It's egg with 1.5 teaspoons of salt and 2 teaspoons of white pepper mixed together, and then I pour in 1.5 times the amount of water to eggs. It's like 1 part water, 1.5 times egg. Sorry, 1 part egg, 1.5 times water. Or I can substitute it for for like stock, like soup, if I have that instead, for more flavor. But, you know, probably not, because the flavor will come from the sauce that I'll make later. So after that, I get a steamer. I take like a plate, like a deep plate, like with a little dip in there. And then from that plate, I preheat it in the steamer. It can literally just be like a big pot with a plate underneath, so that filled with the water, so that way the plate doesn't actually touch the water itself. Think of it like a bain-marie with a lid on the top. Then I just... usually this technique is scoop out any bubbles with a spoon, but if I'm not mixing anything into the eggs, I just happen to just pour the whole damn thing through a sieve, the egg mixture, pour it through a sieve, and then after I pour it through a sieve into the plate, which is already like preheated and steamed, then I put the lid on top, but then I put 2 chopsticks underneath the lid so there's like an opening for the steam to escape, so that way the water doesn't drip into the eggs. Because if I don't do that, it'll definitely end up no longer silky, but instead be very, very, very... it'll look like it's crumpled with like canyons and stuff like that, so... no, can't have that happening. While it's steaming for around 15 minutes, I say 15 minutes because that's the time I was given. And because it makes it a lot more firm and absolutely pasteurizes the eggs. It makes it a bit more... yeah, like more jiggly. So like after that, I mix together sesame oil and soy sauce, equal parts, with like a teaspoon or 2 of sugar. Mix that together until it's like emulsified. Not like a real emulsion, but like I mix it so much that the sesame oil kind of becomes like tiny bubbles that can't be seen anymore. I am going to try and experiment with making like an actual reduction, like the way that they would in France, like in French cooking for a reduction. And then after that, after the thing is steamed, I turn off the heat, take off the lid with the mittens, take out the plate. Then I pour the sesame oil and soy sauce over the top of the actual eggs. Well, first I cut them into like little squares or diamonds if I'm feeling fancy. I haven't done the diamonds yet though. Then after that I sprinkle some chopped spring onion over the top in order to act as a garnish. And then I'm done. And of course I can mix some extra stuff in there too, in case I do want that. Or in case they request something, but my idea was that I would make that for the VTubers who happen to show up at that hypothetical future booth. And then make free meals for them. Oh, it's eaten with rice, by the way, and usually it's like a scoop it onto the rice with like the sauce and you eat it there. That's the idea. The idea is that if I ever got to meet them, I'd make them that dish. Like if it's like Sylvia and she brought her family, like Konzetsu and her mum, Konzetsu being her brother, then they could just all eat it together on a table and then I could chat with them or something. Like, you know, the sassy barkeep in a tavern. Well, I thank them for what they've done for me. In giving me inspiration and helping me, you know, not die. If Zentreya was there, which not very likely that she did identify herself, but if she did reveal herself and it was actually her, then I would absolutely make her that. Or I would attempt to make something Mexican. Yeah, probably not. I'm not that good at Mexican cooking. But I would absolutely try and make a dish for her. Yeah, it can't be Mexican cooking. I can't make Mexican. I would try and make something that she would like to eat. Most likely. I don't know, man. I know she likes burgers. I know she likes tacos. She's probably used to Texan food because she is from Texas. Or I could just make like another Chinese dish. I can make fucking fried rice. I also know how to make Italian dishes for some weird reason. So I can try making Italian dishes, and if an actual Italian shows up, like Raora Pantera, oh boy, I'm ready to be judged. Because I have studied the ways of Italian cooking. Albeit, I still do not know how to make a balsamic vinegar reduction. But I can try. And fail. And try again. And fail again. And try and fail, and try and fail, and try and fail again and again. But I obviously know that I can't do that. That little idea of mine of the food booth and giving it free to my Oshi is because, one, I would have to be in charge of that booth. I can't collaborate with another person or like a company to make the food there, because no way are they going to allow me to just give the food on the house to a random individual that they don't know, even if I really look up to the person. Like if it's Kason, they don't fucking know her except that she happened to be in Yakuza like a dragon. They're not gonna let me give her free food, but I want to give them free food. There's like a small amount of repayment for the good they've done for me. It's not the full payment, definitely not. No, I got more stuff for them. Including the hypothetical giant VR chat party. But then along with that, I don't think that they would want to talk to me. I would seem rather odd. I don't think they would remember me either. Like if I just straight up tell them, oh by the way, here's my Twitch channel, I would seem like I'm trying to plug myself. So it seems like I'm trying to promote myself rather than giving them a free dish. If I don't show them who I am, however, they're gonna forget me. They'll just remember me as, oh, there was that one guy who happened to give me free food. Yeah, he was a nice guy, but they won't remember me. I don't know how to balance it between me seeming like a fucking sycophant and me genuinely being thankful for the good deeds that inspired me. I don't know how to balance that. And there's of course the whole fact that, yeah, trying to make that happen is not very likely. I don't know if they would like me as a person, or like me talking to them while they eat. And again, I have to still make food for other people. Like, large batches of food for other people, not just my Oshis. And I don't know if I can handle an operation as big as that. So, like, it's a good dream. It's an okay dream of mine. It's probably not that feasible. No matter how much I want it to be. So I asked myself, like, why in the hell did I even dream of that in the first place? Why in the hell would I even think that would have been a good idea? So I thought of it and said, like, maybe the reason was because I just wanted something to give me an excuse to stay alive. Because it's no secret that I don't exactly find life very pleasing or satisfactory. So I do usually need, like, an excuse to stick around. So I guess my excuse would have been, well, I gotta do this thing. Yeah, I got a lot of self-worth problems. Sorry for bringing it here. I don't think these can be fixed, because I don't exactly have a lot of proof saying anything of the contrary of, oh no, you do have value. I don't really have much proof of that. Most I can do is be like an amateur therapist to my friends. But again, amateur therapist. They can definitely get an actual professional, which they should, by the way. But that's all I can do. I'm the guy who happens to be able to cook Italian cooking and 2 Chinese dishes. And I'm the guy who happens to know a surprising amount of flagrant order law and a lot of common writer stuff, and that's about it. That's really all I am. I don't have much going for me besides that. I guess this whole thing was just building up to me realizing that I'm not exactly a person worthy of having my dream come true. Because if it did, I do not think that anyone would be really... I do not think the individuals in that dream would be happy. I'm sure you have people who look up to you in some way. Well, the one person who said they look up to me turned out to be a pedophile, so... not exactly. Yeah, long story short, the person was a mod once. I don't remember his username other than it having Articuno in there. Oh, Star Crusader something. Sorry, Star Commander something. He was also the video editor of Platinum Lily or Tishi-chan. Yeah, it turns out he was a fucking pedophile, so I kicked him out real quick. Just thinking about that guy makes me sick. Fun, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really big enough to have people look up to me yet. I don't think a lot of people even know that I exist. Most I can do is help my friends from the shadows, but that's about all I can do. For example, Sora, one of my friends, she's a lot bigger than I am. I recall that at one point it was like, Yuna Sakab, something. She was a detective she's a detective VTuber, her name was, Rion Kuroko at the time. She actually had this thing where she would support smaller VTubers who had under 500 followers. I recommended her to her. So, she got a boost there. Same thing with Euphoria Lai and Finia. But other than that, I haven't done anything. I mean, the most I do is say, oh, by the way, Rion, there's this really cool person who's my friend. Can you please give her a shout out? And that's about all I could do. Another... Oh yeah, Yuna Kusakabe. She's real nice, by the way. Other than that, I haven't done much. Well, I guess I did do that whole compiling of horrible things that Vampykins has done in like a Twitter thread retweeting the actual creator of like a massive, extremely extensive doc about her crime, about her horrible things and also crimes that she's done, which is still being updated, by the way. Yeah, Van Beeken's a horrible person. Never meet your heroes. Including one of her viewers suggesting, oh, by the way, my friend is a member of this certain crime family. We can kill the guy who's making this doc for you. Fun! Other than that, and like me collaborating with the guy, it's like having the whole compiling of other witnesses in order to add to this thread. Other than that, I've done nothing except like make like 2 or 3 people realize Van Beekens is bad. That's all I've done. I haven't done much other than that. Most I can say is that I provided some comfort to Junkie Buggy and Cryptid, but Cryptid has an entire community, so like they're more likely to be the ones who helped her than me. So yeah, I'm a side character, I guess. I'm a side character with a main character's motivation. Can't really do much. So I don't think people look up to me. Most of them view me as a younger brother kind of figure. Which, I honestly don't blame them. I give off those kinds of vibes. But I don't think any of them would view me as, like, the epitome of insert good quality here. I don't think anyone's gonna view me that way. I guess one thing I did do today, midnight-ish, well no, yesterday, a few minutes before midnight, my friend Sora, she has like a post that says specifically, like I also did that as my pinned post by retweeting her and saying, you know, my friend had this good idea, so I'm gonna do it too, because we both believe in the same thing. It says, well, we are LGBTQ safe, we don't support ICE, we support Palestine, and we're people of color friendly. People have been sending hate comments to us saying that, oh, you're pro-Palestine and pro-LGBT, those two don't mix because the government of Palestine, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. The most I did was basically say, the reason we say that is because we don't believe in the extermination of an entire ethnic group. Simply because they fucking exist. We don't believe in that. We also don't believe in the persecution of people based on their inborn natures, by the way. But the most that I was able to say was that, to clarify, because my friend keeps being accosted by hateful people, I support the Palestinian people. I don't care about about governments personally. What matters is the people. I do not believe wiping out an entire ethnic group for the sake of religion is ethical. Is that clear? That's the most I've done. I mean, I shouldn't be political. I know that. Just. Why are people so fucking awful? One thing I have to say about my parents is that they're more contradictory than the hypothetical contradiction of supporting the Palestinian government and LGBT people. Sora has not stated anything about supporting the government of Palestine. She supports the people being alive. Same with me, by the way. I do not like the idea of I do not find the idea of discriminating a person for their inborn nature to be ethical. It's not right to persecute someone because of them being born with the people, them being born for the people who they love in a consensual manner, or for literally where they were fucking born, or where their ancestors were born. I don't find persecuting them for that is ethical. I am surprised people are still arguing about that. So basically, like, why do people find it so hard to believe, hey, maybe wiping out an entire ethnic group of people for the sake of a fringe religion, one which happens to be from a theocracy, which, by the way, is heretical to the wider group by itself. Yes, Zionism is actually heretical in Judaism. Trust me, I have actually researched it. A lot of rabbis do not like Zionism. Why is it so hard to believe that why is it so hard to say, hey, I am pro-LGBT. I am too, by the way, so that's why I did the repost and also like that. You know, this is a good idea from Sora, I'm doing it too. I mean, she inspired me to do that as well. I asked her permission before I did the thing, so that she said she likes to just be honest. I find that really admirable, so that's why I did that. It's strange to think about my parents. They are anti-Zionist, but they're pro-Russia. I don't know how in the fuck those two happen to be compatible, because they're doing the same shit. I guess because my dad is super patriotic to China, that he thinks, oh, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping are best friends, and I like China, so I have to like Xi Jinping, so I have to like Putin. The fuck? No, they're doing the same shit. You can't like one and not the other. Like, in that case, it's like, those two are actually non-compatible. Both of them are destroying both of them are slaughtering an entire demographic of people for the sake of land. It's just one of them is doing it for a religion you happen to not like. Sorry for getting political, it's just, I got a lot that I'm mad at with my weird fucked up family. Sorry if it got heavy that, seriously. Thank you. I don't know why I tend to get this angry a lot. The most I was able to do with this idea of my anger was that the idea of being angry for the right thing should be fine. By the way, sorry that it's taking so long for it to load. nearly here. Also, sorry for being a bit quiet. I was a little tweeter. Replying to a friend of mine on Twitter. It's that Sora lady, by the way. She's wondering if her model looks like a Gyaru, by the way. Let me go show it if it's... Actually, not sure it's okay, but... Her model looks like an alien with blonde hair and a Gyaru... Well, a modified sailor uniform top. It's been modified to show a bit of the cleavage and also, like, jean shorts which are slightly unbuttoned in order to show, like, a bit of the, lingerie panties, so... Along with, on the left leg, right leg from the viewer's perspective, a very thigh-high striped stocking, and then not for the other side, but also like very fuzzy leg warmers. So, Kogal, Kolgyaru, pretty much. Yeah, there's also. Yep, modified sailor jacket and lingerie. So the Agejo Gyaru mixed with Kogyaru, and then also, well, I mean, she's an alien, and there's an entire version of Gyaru which has it where they make their skin look like neon colors to look like aliens, which is called Ishoku Hada. So she's 3 of them. Fun! Hopefully she gets to see it soon. Ah, finally, it's patched! It's patched! We can move on! Ah, my head hurts. Finally. We have something to do now. So sorry for the rant. We can finally move on to the game. Wait, why isn't it showing?
Oh, smells so good. for a little nap. It's just a dream. Oh, smells so good. Time for a little nap.
Great, I just found a fucking Nazi. Sorry, I had to. His shield is contempt, and his sword is hatred. Let none survive. I cannot believe I found someone saying that shit. Ugh. Sorry, I just... Ugh. The fuck did I just see over there? Finally, it's working. Alright. Coffee. That's rather interesting. Okay. Let's get rid of all the bad vibes. I know her special coffee is like a... Okay, she doesn't have it. Please make it. Ah, there we are. Seems to be like Turkish delight instead of sugar, and also... Obviously she put a, there's roasted rosemary over there, and also red mandarin. I tried making it. I don't know how to do it properly. Well, minus the Turkish delight, or the, how is it said in, how is it said in Turkish? What is Turkish delight called in Turkish? Lokum. It's called lokum. What was its old name? Something holkum. Lukmat and Lukam. Rahat-ul Hulkum. Yes, Rahat-ul Hulkum, which is what it was called in the Ottoman Empire. I've never actually had lokum and put that into coffee. I have put whipped cream into coffee once before, like it was a coffee shop called Baka. Yes, Baka. No, not the word for stupid, but like batch or buck. Ah. The B-A-C-H in bachelor and then A afterwards. My dad took me there. Well, my parents had a business meeting there, and you know, it was in a coffee shop because coffee. Oh. Well, I suppose I can do this. Yeah, I was also told that for coffee, instead of white sugar, brown sugar is better for coffee because it has more body. Also, it's a bit more mild, and it's a bit milder. It doesn't overpower the flavor of coffee.
Purge the impure. Such is that the trial isn't over yet.
Thanks for watching. A perfect chord. Let the show begin. Collapse.
I won't back down. True form.
Revealed at last.
Oh, the lag. No. What's wrong with you?
The haunting whispers return. Salvation.
Exonerate.
Hello, Jim. Sally got a raid and run to cat. Thank you, Jim. It's been a while. Thanks for showing. No, the lag. No. All right, Virgil. Give me the Yamato. Thanks for the raid, Jim. Jimmy boy. Yay! There's the sound alert. Hold on, I gotta adjust the settings of the graphics. Ultra performance. Hold on. I said ultra performance.
Charge forth with me. Windstorm. Sweep all away.
If you want it, then you have... If you want it, then you have to take it. But you already knew that. Indeed I did. Yeah, I got the Breakham Zetsa. Sword mode. In all seriousness, I'm super tired and you care. Yeah, sorry, you take care. Enjoy your rest, Jamie boy. Oh, by the way, my Discord, here, we can chat later. Sorry, I have been chatting so much, chatting the buzz as I should have. I've been quite busy, you know. Also, turns out the reason I'm tired all the time is because I have black mold in my room. So that's fun.
Such as that lesson. Repent.
The bottom link is the right one. The top one is old.
I'll indulge you. On you go. Fate. Revealed. Is that all? Praise me.
By the way, this game does have someone based on Dante. Her name is Galbrena. She even does the rainstorm move that he does. So, Dante finally got laid. And his daughter ended up doing what V did and having a contract with multiple demons. Well, one demon in particular.
Trio of destiny. Vanish. Charge forth with me. Exonerate. Torrent. A mere scratch upon my blade. The haunting
Shit.
whispers return. Wait, on you go. I am the moon. And you dare test me. The insolence. You dare test me. The insolence. Praise me. Answer my call.
Breaking strike.
Entertain me. Causality. Overturn. On. Is that all? You dare test me. The insolence.
Shit!
Charge forth with me. Target.
No! She's my main DPS.
A perfect course.
Sounds like the fucking bard.
Poem of finale. The pitch is lowered. All this exalted is
Yeah, it's a skill issue. On my part. Alright, let's think about this more carefully. It's a bit too flaily over there. Let's wreck this.
You won't escape. Heavens, descend! Oceans, bow before me. Salvation. Chaos, purify. The haunting whispers return. Thanks for watching. Rise and crash. Let the show begin. I'll indulge you. Answer my call. Future. Reshape. On you go. Is that all? No, I'm
Shit! Mark was right there.
the haunting whispers return. Echoes of
Oh.
turbulent wind.
Okay, I gotta approach from the idea of parrying. I'm just comboing.
Now presenting a poem of finale. Perish. Repent, for silence beckons. Charge with style and grace. I left my mark. Tide, rise and crash.
Ankle slice.
Windstorm, sweep all away.
Such is that lesson.
You won't escape. True form revealed at last. Exonerate. Charge forth with me.
tragedies go together.
A perfect chord.
Let's see the new character. The Runes Glitter, Sigrika, and also Chuyen, aka Zatoichi, but he's a GN instead of a Shikomizue. Need all these. These two. These two. Instead of a Shikomizue, he uses a Gen called the Emerald Sentence. See the trial. Some also want every challenge. Alright, let's see what's the deal. One, two, three, four.
The runes will be our guide.
Ah, she's Scottish.
Greet my friend, True name, Illuminate.
Is that a rider kick?
What sleeps within them?
That means
My move is clear.
greet my friend. You're gonna remember this.
Okay, I still want the Blind Swordsman. I'm rolling for the Blind Swordsman. Sure, she has a rider kick, that's cool. So does Carlotta. I want the Blind Swordsman, I missed out on earlier. Also, arrow. So. Hello again. I need your thing. I need your from before. Alright, Chuyen. No. Cool. Fortune does not favor me. Never has, to be fair. What's this? Oh. Now those are done. Let's do this. Is someone there? No. I thought someone was there.
Today's story is the great battle between a righteous knight
And the wicked Threnodian.
Sorry, first person, something had to
victor
reply.
is courtesy of the knight.
Medium. Medium. Let us continue.
This should be the right way.
If you're heading for Tempest Cliffs, head east. This path will take you straight to the Courtyard of Glory.
Look at that screen tearing.
Or perhaps, would you care to travel with me? After all, we share the same destination. Your reputation precedes you, Honorable Rover. I am Gladiator Avidius, at your service.
I also here for the hunt.
Gladiating and hunting are the very pillars upon which the glory of Septimon stands. I believe no gladiator would refuse such an honor if invited. I, of course, am no exception. Please, if you'll follow me, honored guest from afar.
Hold on, we'll change the fucking graphics of this. We're doing volumetric lighting for sure. The fog. What's blue? We're doing that.
Augustus spoke of the great surge we're about to face.
What's does the sun goddess?
The F4 speaks the truth.
Well, not goddess, but gladiator
And
queen.
this year's high tide has come later than usual. It bodes ill. It's a shame even the sharp ears of the Senate could not chisel through the high walls of Tetragon Temple to hear the whispers beyond. Is this an auspice of calamity or a prelude to a new legend? Only time will tell.
There's Augusta over there. Her voice actor is apparently quite famous. Oh, the screen tearing.
Yeah, almost ready.
Pleasure of escorting you to the F4 has been fulfilled. For now, my duty ends here. From here, we march onward to the hunting grounds, where the Dark Tide's creations may await us. When the time comes, it will be a true pleasure to see your skills in action. Happy hunting.
Come, join us, Rover. The horns signal our departure.
Do we set out for Tempest Cliffs?
Precisely. These cliffs mark the opening of our campaign.
Hold on, I'm gonna go get the I can't use. I'm gonna use props, as I always do. But I obviously can't use the Break Captain Zetsa because it's a weapon which I have to actually load the damn thing into. The damn capsule into in order for it to be used. So I'll use this. Except I'm using the Nitrogen Voca because, well, it's older. I'm also using the Erase Capsule because it sounds good. It sounds a bit cooler and a bit more edgy. But only when we're in battle. But there's no bridge to the other side. Do we fly? Wait, are we using our gliders?
Take courage, my friend. The path to glory will reveal itself under the feet of the brave.
What? Cutscene! Let's get it! No, it's lagging. Okay, we got griffins. No, it's lagging!
Is that?
Oh shit. Dark Tide. It moves and it matters.
The knight's challenge has arrived.
You saw.
That is a Chorosaurus, an abomination of the Dark Tide. Do exercise caution.
I'm sorry, did it just do the fucking Izu no Otoshi? Oh hey, it's Yuno.
Now is not the moment. Let it flee. The path it takes leads deeper into the trap we laid.
Hold on.
that sound?
It's from Hornet. An echo. It's signaling we retire for the day, that's all. Augusta, time to bring your party back to the Hunter's Den.
Of course, priestess. Your arrow couldn't have come at a better time.
Seeing that Rover is here, I'll take that as a compliment.
The Hunter's Den. Busiest gladiator encampment across the Sanguis Plateaus. Nearly every hunter passes through here on their way to the hunting grounds. We will rest here before setting off for the next hunt.
I must admit, this place is rather magnificent. I suppose my predecessors forsook the peace they ought to have enjoyed, just to share this hard-earned land with these hunters. Such magnificence is rightly owed to the temple.
Tetragon Temple, living quarters of the priestess, where fate is observed and prophecies are documented. Commonly referred to as the temple. Okay. Calling it in. Okay, over closed Discord, maybe the problems increase.
The priestess's words are not without merit. I am well aware that I stand under blessings and will forever remember the sacrifices of the temple. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my leave.
Though we've already met, I suppose a proper introduction is in order. I am Yuno, priestess of the Tetragon Temple.
And meant to represent the goddess of the moon. How about you? The priestess has the gift of prophecy. You can tell the future based on the moon, right?
Well, aren't you caught up on things? What you say is true, though I've long since grown tired of such affairs. Come now, Rover. Surely you can find me something more interesting to occupy my time. For instance, the hunt. Quite frankly, when it comes to dealing with the dark tide, none of these gladiators can hold a candle to me.
I mean, you can summon a giant bow that acts like a ballista, so I think that's why.
Ha! Look at those looks. I've seen them all before. What can I say? When you're as dazzling as I am, jealousy tends to follow. I'll be making my way back, Augusta, lest my shine further sting the eyes of certain people.
Yeah, I know, she seems like a bit of a humidary, but for context. She does not eat picked olives. The olives that she eats are not picked from the branches. The branches merely relieve themselves of their olives and give them to her. Like, they just happen to fall off the branch directly into her hand, just so that she can eat them. This is the kind of woman that we're dealing with, that we're going to befriend today. She's not a goddess, but she is based on Juno, albeit she's called Yuno. But she has reasons for acting like this. We're gonna like her, eventually.
If you find yourself with free time later, consider visiting me at Tetragon Temple. Not every Outlander is granted access to its sacred halls. Make the most of it.
It's rare to see Yuno hold back like that. You must be someone different to her.
I mean, we're an immortal being from thousands of years in the past who has erased his memories to refresh his life. You two seem very close.
Perhaps. We do share some common traits. Don't let her unruly side fool you. She is as dependable as they come.
In battle, certainly. She's got a giant ballista. The monster we encountered earlier.
A Chorosaurus. Avidius was correct. It is a tacit discord born from the Dark Tide. What he didn't have the chance to tell you is that it is the deadliest Chorosaurus of them all. We call it Tyrannos. A vanguard of the Dark Tide that rides its surge to reach our lands. The Threnodians' attempt to plague Septimont never came to fruition. But do not mistake that for victory. Our enemy will not bow so easily.
Oh, I'm gonna go delete some more tabs. My Google says run smoother.
The Dark Tide, immortal and indestructible, carries out the will of its creator, the Threnodian Leviathan.
Which, by the way, is meant to be Yahweh.
Only
Old
the
Testament
Earthrend Wedge that bears Sentinel Imperator's power can sever the link between the Dark Tide and the Threnodian, burying the calamity deep beneath the Sanguis Plateaus. The hunt is how we disrupt the Dark Tide's frequencies, by capturing and eliminating its creatures. However, the Earthrend Wedge's energy range is limited. Our mission is to deliver a true death to our prey.
Meaning we need to hunt and kill the beast near the Earthrender. Is that how we stop the Dark Tide from spreading?
Yes, and it must be done within Maroonwood.
Maroonwood, which is the main hunting ground on the mid to upper levels of the Sanguis Plateaus, where generations of Septonians battle the Dark Tide and its creations.
This confrontation with Tyrannos was expected, but it's not a fight anyone is eager to face.
That looks like a T-Rex that didn't miss a day of workout. Well, that'd be true, except that it is a giant monster made from the echoes of emotions that has been repurposed in order to become a giant monster that serves the Dark Tide, aka Old Testament Yahweh, aka Yaldabaoth. Yes, there's Gnostic themes in this game, just like Genshin Impact. Welcome in! You're gonna need a lot of context for what the hell just happened. I'll give you the rundown later.
That beast is well aware of our plan. It's no mere prey. In many ways, it's a cunning hunter itself.
What's our plan for now?
Now, we wait. We wait for it to enter Maroonwood. The real hunt begins when the beast's hunger drives it to the wilds.
Your Excellency, the Senators request your presence in the main tent. It's to discuss plans for the hunting operation.
Looks like I'll be occupied for a while. Relax. Take a walk around camp. The Hornet's blare will sound our next departure.
Yep. Common echo. Echoes are basically like living creatures made out of... Okay, so basically things like emotions, concepts, and stuff like that, via what is essentially psychic awakenings. They can be clumped together to form an echo. Like, things are basically like sounds in this world, so echoes are the reflections of those things. Like, tacit discords, the evil echoes, are based on negative things. This thing is a giant horn, as you can see here. This is a friendly echo.
It's a sound that can be heard across the canyons. You won't miss it.
Like massive griefs and such. Yeah, kinda. I'll give you an example after this. By the way, she's basically the Empress of Rome in this case. But ooh, cutscene. Let's hope the new visual settings doesn't. Oh. Okay, let me give you a quick rundown. So, are you familiar with Weathering Raids? Because not, I'll give you like a bit of a further rundown.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
So, like, how familiar are you with this game? Just seen this first. Okay, so this is a world called Solaris 3. This guy, Rover, we don't know his name, that's my username. We call him Rover because he's a traveler. He is someone who is an immortal being from the ancient past who actively helped to build certain civilizations of the modern day. His memory was erased willingly, so he could have a new fresh start of life and review humanity through a more grounded lens. The whole game is about him going to different kingdoms, well, different civilizations, befriending the people there, examining it, and defeating something called the Dark Tide. Now, here's some basics on how the world works. Physics doesn't work anymore, except for gravity. The normal laws of physics are basically, like, completely out the fucking window in this case. Yes, really. So, this goddess lady apparently sent us here. We don't know who she is. We assume that she probably sent us to this planet previously. So, apparently, a lot of the more powerful echoes, which actually take care of the individual cities, which I will show you here. There are multiple civilizations. So far we have access to Huanglong, and we have Renacita. Huanglong is based on China, specifically like a smaller part of it. Renacita is based on Italy. So Huanglong, we have the main city, Jinzhou. Its main protector, Echo, is a giant dragon called Jue. Now, she's not they call the Sentinel Imperator. Basically, think of it like each of the gods of each nation were specifically servants of Rover's past self, before Rover actively decided, I'm gonna erase all my memories and start from scratch. Now, we don't know why he decided, I'm gonna erase all my memories. We don't know why.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future.
Now,
Leaving the past behind.
we do not know much about his past self, other than the fact that he did make a promise to someone and he was never able to fulfill it. For context, we have a character here, where is she? Furlova. Furlova was conductor. She's mourning the death of her people because they were killed by a fucking meteorite explosion. So one thing we do know about past Rover is that he promised, well, he in this case, because, you know, I'm male in this case, promised to view her recital a second time, but then he erased his memory, so he never got to, you know, meet her again.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future.
We also know that we have Shorekeeper,
Understood. I am here to serve your will.
an artificial being made out of these things called sonorospheres. A sonorosphere is basically a pocket dimension, so she can create black holes, so she's a pocket dimension-based being, I guess, who is basically meant to be like basically Jarvis with boobs, I could say. Well, maybe not, but so another thing that past Rover did was create this thing called the Black Shores. The Black Shores are basically a humanitarian organization that helps with things all around the planet in order to take down tacit discords and document things. So, practically the UN, but they do their fucking job, and they're also into, like, scientific inquiry and stuff like that, so... Ha! Indeed, yes! You thought I wouldn't get political! Sorry! Yeah, I got opinions, sorry about that. So then we have this force, we have this thing called the Threnodian. Here's an example. The Threnodian is basically... So we're going to get into Gnostic themes. Before we do this, do you happen to be religious by any chance? Because based on that, I will have to explain a couple things. And if you are, then I will have to if you're like Christian, for example, then unfortunately this might offend you. So it's like WL from the series, Norse Pagan. Oh, you're Norse Pagan? Well, perfect! Alright then you won't be offended at all. So, basically, the Threnodian is like an evil force, I guess the best way, in Norse mythology. An example would be the Nidhogg. You can imagine that as like an extension of the Threnodian. It's basically like... Sorry, the Nidhogg. So, it's like an evil force that takes the memories, echoes of different events, and then forms them into, like, different things. Examples would be different places. sort of different things. Echoes are basically certain intentions and or emotions that are clumped together and then make something. For example, a capitaneus would be one. So the order would be like the Spanish Inquisition for a bit of context. So these things are basically like that. This thing is... yeah. The Dark Tide is an extension of the Threnodian. Now the Threnodian has multiple versions, multiple branches. It's not a single entity in this case, it's multiple entities tied to the same force. So, for the previous one, the Threnodian in the first region, 1.0, the story was not that good, by the way, so to be warned. That one we destroyed. That one took the form of this thing called the... where is she? Calamity. The Dreamless. Basically, this is the version that it took. Its very presence is an ominous reminder of the devastating war that once ravaged this land. Born from the residual energies of the battle, it continued to evolve and has become the most fearsome weapon in the Threnodian's arsenal. With merciless destruction, it reawakens humanity's primal fear of warfare, and now greets its ruler, ready to unleash chaos upon the world. So this kind of gives you an idea of what the Threnodian does. Residual emotions and memories and stuff from the battle were able to be clumped together into this thing. Another would be like the grief of people who fell in war. That would be like the Crownless over here. Yeah. The exhilaration and thirst for victory, the fear and resentment of loss. Humanity's long-suppressed barbarism is refined into the Crownless and inflicted against itself. So this would be humanity's relationship with war. The Inferno Rider would be its feelings of freedom. Humanity's freedom. Sets forth trials of courage with his unyielding flame for those who dare trespass. With long years, the truth of the history gradually burns to ashes, and the night once... well, I get it, yeah. So, these are the different things here. Now, the Dark Tide is the force that makes it. Now, there's currently the second one, a very important one, which is called... which gets into Christianity, by the way, or more accurately, kind of a dissected view of Christianity / Gnosticism. Mostly Gnosticism, because it is a bit more critical. So, allow me to go get this. I do remember doing this before, like the explanation of the Gnostic themes, like you might notice that Genshin Impact and... why is my computer frozen? What the... where's my mouse? Oh, my Wi-Fi. What's an encoding overload? What the? Huh? Hold on, wait. Okay, this one works, but my other one doesn't. Alright, I guess I'll have to use my education tab. Fitting, I guess. Alright, so... that one doesn't work. Need to refresh that one. Hold on, Sentinel Imperator. I'm basically the one Norse pagan in a super Christian area with 7-day Adventists. Oh, shit! Must be suffocating in there. Jehovah's Witness and 7-day Adventists. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, don't worry. I'm an atheist. And I certainly have a few gripes with Christianity myself. You will be safe here. You're safe now. Do not worry. I love causing chaos. Perfect. I do apologize for my Google doing this. It's weird. Hold on. What the hell is wrong with this? Can I find it in... find the Imperator and the Dark Tide? Let me go find if I can see. Where is it? Where is it? Lightning and wind, slaying the what she desires, slaying the evil, filling expectation. Okay, so another deity, the one over Nisita, which remember is meant to be Italy, was the Sentinel Imperator, a winged alicorn, so like a Pegasus with unicorn horns. So this guy was well, the Sentinels are non-binary, so they decided to ask Rover for extra permissions regarding what it's allowed to do. Imagine like a computer, because they are like computers. So basically Rover gave it more permission, because its task was analyze the Dark Tide and relay all the data to me, and the Black Shores. So it was given more leeway and permission of what it could do. Unfortunately, now this guy is meant to represent... So, do you happen to know the sociological origins for Yahweh, the Christian god? If not, I can let you know. Because before I actually left Catholicism, I did a shit ton of research. You do? Ah, perfect. Alright, so the Sentinel Imperator will be based on El, the Canaanite god. So, El, deity, the benevolent deity, the fatherly one, the kind grandfather of the sky. This is what the Sentinel Imperator is based on. So, Sentinel Imperator. So, something for the Dark Tide, and the Threnodian in this case would be represented by aquatic animals, whereas the Sentinel Imperator would be represented by wind and flying things. Hence, an alicorn and a giant fish. Well, a leviathan, so to speak. Ah, my Wi-Fi sucks. Hold on. So, let me go find where it... Sorry, it was a Pegasus, but alicorn, as you can see by the horn. This was Sentinel Imperator before. Unfortunately, what happened was it got fused with the Leviathan, the Threnodian Leviathan. It's a It is the Threnodian. We can think of it as the evil deity of Renacita. So this is what the Threnodian looks like in Renacita. We will get back to Cardathia later. So basically, the Threnodian, with its violent warlike spreading, is meant to represent old-fashioned Canaanite Yahweh. The war god, not that one. The war god, the storm god, the enslave the people of the nations around you, dash your children upon the rocks, Yahweh. This one. Yep. So, why do I say this? Well, what happens is that in attempting to analyze, well, anatomize, I should say, the Threnodian, specifically the Leviathan, the Leviathan, upon being defeated, fuses with the Imperator. It is recognized as the Threnodian of unity, a shadow that sees humanity's longing for unity, and shaped by its fear of the sea, as mentioned by its counterpart, the Imperator. It has direct control over the native wave-worn phenomenon of Renacita, the Dark Tide. So it controls the Dark Tide. So basically, we have the Sentinel Imperator. So this is what it was. The fear of the sea clumps up to become the Leviathan. Yeah. So they obviously fought. Unfortunately, they ended up getting fused together into like a weird hippocamp-looking thing. Where is that hippocamp thing? Yes, that's the original form. So it was said originally by... So a religion formed in Renacita. I'm going to go show it to you, actually. Yeah, the lore is loring. So for Renacita specifically, let's go to Ragusa. This place is meant to be based on Italy, and they have the Order of the Deep, which is meant to be the Catholic Church and the Spanish Inquisition, and the Pope at the time is meant to be a fundamentalist Christian. Literally. Like, we get to see him straight up have a diary entry saying, should we not take the words of the Central Imperator literally? Yeah. Now, are you noticing something a bit odd about the decor here, the decorations? Do you remember what I said about the Central Imperator and how is it flying horse? I come for FF games, so I get the Consecrated lore. Oh, Final Fantasy, yeah. So basically what happened is, unfortunately, the Central Imperator and the Threnodian, well, the Leviathan, got fused together. So what the fuck happened? They lost. So now we have a good deity, that being the Central Imperator, fused with an evil war deity, the Threnodian. Now, does that sound familiar? Specifically this. Yeah. Now, does that sound a bit familiar? A loving, kind deity fused with an evil, extremely warlike deity who likes bloodthirst and everything. Now, does that sound familiar? If not, basically, this is meant to be the modern Yahweh, the modern Christian God, in, like, evangelicals, Jehovah's Witness, in some aspects, Southern Baptist, Catholic, Lutheran Christian. This is basically modern-day Yahweh. Because of the Old and New Testaments being smushed together, we have one Old Testament Yahweh being the piece of shit that he is, and New Testament Yahweh who is, oh, don't worry, I forgive you all, even though I'm gonna add fucking thought crime, but I forgive you all. And you can even notice like the little seraphim thing over there. Well, no, not seraphim, but like the six-wing thing. So this giant place is the Church of the Order of the Deep. So what happened here? Well, basically they made a religion out of this, of worshipping the fused version of the Threnodian Imperator. Yeah, worshipping the fused version. Even the Pope himself, well, his name was... He's dead now, by the way. It focuses on worshipping this thing. Now, does this look familiar? They hate anything to do with self-expression or freedom and want to maintain pure and utter order. They wanted to ban the Carnival and tried to essentially cause a terrorist attack in order to make people afraid of it, making them think, we must be more pious to our god, and lots of horns too. Oh, the horn thing doesn't really matter. A lot of religions have like horn deities being like good things, but like the horn thing was from the original one, from the original Sentinel Imperator. You know, alicorn, unicorn horn thing. So yeah, the Pope's dead, we killed him. Well, he got fused with the Dark Tide, and then we had to kill him then, mercy killing. Basically, there's a second evil faction called the Frexidus. Now, the Tacit Discords are basically corrupted echoes, or echoes created based on evil forces. What I did not tell you is that certain people, specifically like a kind of cult, by the way, this is the dead Pope, a despaired devotee, a fallen soul devoured by an illusory paradise. When the mask of the Dark Tide was dropped, he found clarity at the end of his path, hope and redemption treated with the perished form, he'll forever sleep at the bottom of the sea. Last minute redemption. But basically, what I did not tell you is that certain people have decided, let's fuse our bodies with the fucking Tacit Discords and destroy the world. Yeah, so Frolova is one of the leaders. I'm not gonna say what happens to her. But yeah. They are a terrorist an international terrorist organization who we have to fight against. Now, the Order of the Deep, aka the Catholic Church. They are the Catholic Church. I mean, look at the fucking place. They basically tried to collaborate with them to ban the Carnival by... Okay, so, like I said, echoes are creatures based on Yahweh Water Edition. Yahweh Water Horse Edition. Yep. So basically, what they try to do is, outside of Raguna, there is a giant whale echo, which was corrupted by the Dark Tide. They tried to use that to create a giant tidal wave that would have killed a lot of people during the Carnival, collaborating with the Frexidus, by the way, to do this, in order to have people become more fearful and then become more devout to boost their church numbers. Yeah. Why? Because they believed, like the Puritans, by the way, that dancing, singing, partying, wearing flashy costumes, God forbid, a woman wearing pants is all evil and sinful. Yeah, it sounds familiar, doesn't it? Now, who is this lady, and why is she important, and why was she right next to the Imperator? Allow me to introduce you to... the Holy Maiden. By the way, she's around 30-ish. This is her body when she was in her 20s. So, are you familiar with the idea, the concept of Jesus Christ? A son of the deity in question who is meant to be the deity in physical form. As weird as that fucking sounds. Now that I think about it. Yes? Yeah, it's been shoved down our throats too much. Basically, she is meant to be the Gnostic interpretation of Jesus. Now, what I did not mention earlier is that not only is the Threnodian meant to represent Yahweh, he's actually meant to represent a specific version of Yahweh. You see, when you read the Old Testament, he doesn't tend to be the loving, caring guy that is spoken of in the New Testament. So, why is that? A certain group of Christians, called the Gnostics, believed that the God of the Old and New Testaments were different. Have you ever played Persona 5 by any chance? Yeah, so basically the Gnostics, the Gnosticism is like a quote-unquote heretical version of Christianity. It was just a different version that the Council of Nicaea didn't like. They believed that the New Testament God was an evil deity who created the material plane specifically to boost his own ego. He's usually depicted as a lion with a snake's body, where he created Adam and Eve not to actually love them. I play Shin Megami Tensei 3 and 5, so yeah, it's one of those because both make deep. Ah, perfect. So basically, Yaldabaoth, the deity in question, the Threnodian, Leviathan specifically, is meant to represent Yaldabaoth, a evil, egotistical, warlike deity, very petty and vengeful, and everything like that, where the God of the New Testament is meant to be his son, Sabaoth. Sabaoth, being his son, who realized that, oh, my father is a piece of shit, I should overthrow him. This guy, who overthrew his father, Yaldabaoth. Now, why is this important? Well, what happened was apparently the way that the Gnostics interpreted the Old Testament is different. For one, Adam was not created in the image of man. He was made in order to basically be a toy for Yaldabaoth and his archons, You might recognize it from Genshin Impact. Archons are basically the angels, but they're evil, you know, because they work for Yaldabaoth. They were made in the image of the Archon, specifically so that they could mock him and say, look how fucking squishy he is, and how we're much better. So basically, the thing about Gnosticism is that the idea was that there were the Aeons, deities paired male and female, where they create things together. One of them, Sophia, she created Yaldabaoth on her own, accidentally, so eventually after reconciling with the rest of them, they made Eve to... So the Garden of Eden was actually full of sinful things that were to keep Adam shackled. Now, the Apple of Eden, in the original Genesis 1, it contained the knowledge of of good and evil. So the moment he ate that, he knew the difference. Eve was meant to essentially help guide him out of the Garden of Sin. So the snake in this interpretation is not evil. The snake is actually a sign of wisdom. Because the snake told them, no, you're not going to fucking die if you eat the apple. You're actually going to gain knowledge. You're going to become like him, because you'll know the difference between good and evil. You'll become more intelligent, guys. The snake did tell the truth in both versions. So that's one. The second would be the interpretation of Jesus. Or, well, Yeshua, which, by the way, the modern version of that name would be Joshua. Yeshua was such of a person, was in Gnosticism, as a person who had the knowledge of the Gnosis, secret knowledge that could help you gain enlightenment. The whole point of the Gnostic afterlife of Gnosticism is like spiritual enlightenment, so you can essentially ascend above the gods and become one yourself. That's one concept. So, for example, he was made by Yaldabaoth in order to deceive humanity so they would fall into him. The same way that he did to Abraham during the whole Isaac situation, you know. I'm going to force you to sacrifice your own son as a living as a burnt offering, which you're going to provide to me as a human sacrifice. Psych! I was just trying to see if you were afraid of me. Thanks to that, I'm going to be bound to all your fucking descendants. In both versions. So, Yeshua was meant to mislead humans the same way. The Aeons then helped and had it where, instead of that, he would actually help humanity ascend above Yaldabaoth. Now, why is this important? She's meant to be Jesus. I'm not joking. So, formerly known as the Blessed Maiden, the Vessel of Divinity, and the Queen of Gale and Tide, she went by the name of Fleur de Lis. Fleur de Lis being, this version. Which is like her body, like the real one. Oh, it's lagging. Yeah, she's really tall, by the way. So, basically, what is this? So, the Don't Sue Us Jesus. Kind of more like the whole... Yeshua was meant to deceive humanity into falling back into Yaldabaoth. So that he could have humanity come back under control. The Aeons basically made him change his mind about his own nature and gave him knowledge of, like, here's how to ascend above him, so that way you don't fall back into him. Oh, Salva, thanks for overthrowing the guy. Perfect. So that's what happened. So, like, ascend above the material plane. So, she was made by the fucked up fused version of the Imperator and the Threnodian. Ah, it's working again. Another one? This one. Okay, so... Sentinel, Imperator... Threnodian. So, Cartothea was made by the fused version. Yeah, basically. So Resonator is the Resonator of a Sentinel. Yeah, so this was the Threnodian of the previous region. Overthrax. So the resonator is meant to be someone who is like, well, they resonate with the individual sentinel / deity in question. Like, they're meant to be a channeler for them, a medium, to share the power between the two of them. So, for example, she right here, Jinsi, is connected to Jue, so she gains the powers that Jue has, including whenever she uses her dragon power and also is able to summon her in battle, she grows dragon horns, for example. Also, I think her hair gets longer, but that could be wrong. So, Cartathea was originally born. Her entire life was orchestrated by the fused version of these two, where the Leviathan had more influence and the Imperator, unfortunately, was not able to actually have that much control. She was made to basically be the resonator for this guy, for the Threnodian. The anchor to the so basically the personal warrior and user of the powers to destroy the world. The Sentinel Imperator, thanks to like a lot of different things, including the Sentinel Imperator finally regaining a bit of consciousness and like transferring the power back to like the other Holy Maiden, who was meant to be in that role, who then gave up the power up to give back to the Imperator to make sure that way the Imperator would have some control over her life. So she became the resonator for both the good god, the Imperator, and the bad god, the Threnodian. So, in this version, in her 20s, she is the resonator of the Sentinel Imperator, the Pegasus. In this form, she was meant to be the vessel for the Threnodian, the Leviathan. This was her in like her early to mid 30s for context. So this is her full-grown body. She can just switch in between the two. You'll also notice that's why like her sword has like water over it, because she has power over the tide for context. Also why the cloth underneath the glove looks like fins. And these look like fins too. So that's why she is in the way that she is. Sorry for the long explanation, but basically, through a whole lot of shit, including us, with her consent, killing her. Yes, really. We had to kill her. It's to make sure that, so like, the sixth sword, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Basically what happened was we sealed the Threnodian inside of her. Take my power, my blessings, my past, seek out the future, where I am your blade, we'll find it together. That's the Windblade by the context. We had to she sealed the Threnodian inside of herself, we then had to kill her. Well done, her final words were not laced with bitterness of defeat, but with a deep, confident gratitude. Then the Imperator, with his final fucking power, before he dies... This is also Fleur-de-Lis, the older version of Cartathea, fighting back from the inside. Basically, after the Imperator, the Imperator asks... Oh, sorry, he's the Arbiter. Rover's the Arbiter. So the Imperator asked him, did I fulfill the charge set upon me? Did I give you enough data about the Threnodian? He was told yes. So after that, he revives Cartathea, both sides of her, who are now fused into the same person. So thanks to that, Cartathea died, and then was resurrected. Now does that sound familiar?
The power to split and merge matter.
Now for a bit of context, that little crown of thorns over her head, instead of it being the Romans mocking Jesus for saying he was the king of the Jews, in this case, it's meant to represent that the Threnodian has control over her. It doesn't. It doesn't anymore, obviously, because it's severely weakened. Only small parts of its power remain. She just wears it for fashion now. Also, she can switch in between the two forms. And whenever she speaks, like, let me show you her voice lines. Like when she says...
Transgressor, Lord your demise.
Like when she says stuff like that, here's what's actually happening. Let me go find it. Where's that thing? Damn. What's the thing? Okay, so for context, she was the holy maiden. Like, there will be like a maiden who's chosen by the church to be like the resonator of the Sentinel, allegedly. This got deep. Yep. So, you'd think that the holy maiden would be like praising, would be demure and pious and very, very suppressed. When she was like 18-ish, when there was a festival, there was like sacramental wine, obviously. It was going to be like a harvest festival. A holy one. She got her hands on all the sacramental wine, drank all of it, got super fucking drunk, started playing musical instruments throughout the entire fucking town, and basically had a grand old time. Party girl. A holy maiden, everyone! Truly a model of modesty and restraint. Yeah, so that was like the first thing that was like a giveaway of like, yeah, something ain't right with the church. The narrative is a bit weird. Ah, yeah, here's the thing. So, another thing, when she when she changes her forms, her mind doesn't.
Whenever I transform into Fleur-de-Lis for battle, I have to constantly remind myself. My manners, my tone, everything has to be composed and solemn. Oh, it's actually really hard, you know. Truly.
So yeah, she's not actually like that. She's just trying to keep up appearances. I mean, she looks like she's 33-ish in this form. She wields a giant sword and can summon 3 more swords to enhance the slashes. She can summon a giant... She can do like Saber does in Fate, and just like giant slash Excalibur cutting off the fucking mountain. She has to look serious. But at the same time...
Today's story is the great battle between a righteous knight
And the wicked Thénardier.
This is a woman in her 30s.
and the victor is Cardathia the Knight.
Imagine her doing this while looking like this. This is the only idle animation we have for a 30-year-old form, by the way. So yeah, you can kind of tell why she wants to keep up appearances and be like, I am a so-called hardened soldier of truth and justice. The Tism is written. Oh, I never caught on to that. For context, I've got the HD myself, so anyone with the HD or the Tism, I can't tell until they tell me, because they just look normal to me. Now, one character who everyone keeps saying is autistic is... Jojo, the artist over here. In reality, she just seems to have anxiety. She makes, like, ink wash paintings. I almost got Asperger's. I got Asperger's. Ah, you got Asperger's. Welcome in. Don't worry, this community is friendly to anyone on the spectrum. I got a couple of friends on the spectrum as well. A few of them are my mods. So here's one. The heart is a mine group.
What should I paint?
For context, she says that when she runs out of canvas to draw on, she uses like old clothes that she doesn't wear anymore as the canvas. She can also draw in the air and like summon stuff, by the way. That's her power. Ha! Yep. She can like make her paintings real and then make the paintings into like pocket dimensions. So she can paint on the air in order to summon like giant cranes, for example. But any painting she does make, you can step into the painting and like it's like a pocket dimension. Also just run this going, welcome in! Yeah, she's a really good ice sub-DPS. I use her for my team with Carlotta, who is a fucking mafia boss! For context, everyone's favorite mafia boss.
Will decide whether it's for show or for battle.
She acknowledges that her outfit does not look battle-ready. She still is able to fight with double guns. She is one of my most powerful characters, next to Katathea, who, again, AoE. So yeah. Also, there is a scene where we're still helping her get freed from the Eutherian. You can offer her food. Now, there are 3 options. The Laura salad, which is her favorite food. A classic pizza. Or, I will fight with the power of anime and this gun I found. Yes! Or, you can be a real bastard and give her pineapple pizza. Remember, she's Italian! She's from the Italian countryside! This is the normal one. A traditional dish from Renacita, topped with gemberry jam, tomato sauce passata, cheese, and smoked sausage. When it comes out of the oven, it fills the air with a rich aroma. There's a man who swore he'd never have olives on his pizza, but the more he resisted, the more olives he got. So that would be Dante. And then, a non-traditional pizza from Renacita, topped with gemberry jam, cheese, and pineapple! When it comes out of the oven, it elicits gasps and cries. Rule number 1, never mention pizza tropicale to a Ragunese. That means an Italian from Ragusa, which is, by the way, just, like, probably Genoa, because it's, like, close to the sea. 2, never mention pineapple, to a Ragunese. 3, never mention pineapple! Never mention apple or crown, or apple and pine. Can piss her off by breaking the pasta in front of her before cooking it. You're in Italy! You'll fucking die! This is Italy. I think this is probably like Genoa or something. Like, it's a place next to the port. I mean, it's a freaking port town. It's like, it's got the church right there. It's probably in, like, next to the port. This might be Genoa. I don't know. I've never been to Italy. It's not Rome, because we just saw Rome. Well, we have seen Rome. We can go there. It's called Septimont. Now, there's 2 regions in Septimont so far. There's this place, Raguna, which, by the way, ragu is a meat sauce. You might know it as bolognese sauce. I've tried to make it before. You have to fucking stew it for 3 hours. But it's good for the concentration. Wait, how do I...
Such is their blessing.
So this place is obviously, like, very, 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 very religious. And they don't like people who aren't religious. Well, thankfully that's changing a bit. I mean, we have the Montelli family, the one Carlotta's from, somewhat secular, and they also believe in progress, progressivism, technological and scientific advancement, and all that. Then we have Septimont. Septimont is actually a secular city. It's based on Rome. They don't worship any gods. The only thing they worship is heroes. But it's more hero worship than, you know, worship. Welcome to Rome! Yeah, this is Rome. There are no gods here. Well, they don't worship gods. The closest thing they have to a god that they worship would be this Echo. No, not that one. This Echo, called the Lioness of Glory. But she's less worshipped and is more like, hey, you're our friend, so thank you for being around.
Fly too.
It's like living in accordance with nature in this case. This place is like ancient Rome, if it never fell, and no, they don't have slaves. Thankfully, they have no slavery. So, people from Ragusa are completely welcome in Septimont. I'm like, oh yeah, you can come in. Because like there's the gladiatorial games. They don't die, by the way. It's more like an MMA match. It used to be bloody, but now it's no longer as bloody. But if you're from Septimont, you cannot go to Ragusa because you need to be religious in order to be even allowed to go to Ragusa. Hell, if you're a foreigner and you want to go to Ragusa, you need a letter of recommendation from someone in Ragusa just to enter. We had to have a letter from the Montelli family just to be allowed to enter the fucking region. So the lesson from the first part with like the whole death of the god thing is like, you know the saying "God is dead and we have killed him" from Friedrich Nietzsche, which is basically through the Enlightenment of Europe, Europe has outgrown the need for religion and God and the Christian God as a whole. I think this is like Kuro Games trying to do the same thing in there, but God is literally dead. We literally saw him die, and we're there for we're there in his final moments. So in this case, it's more find your own path. So I'm gonna give you an example here, because the Order of the Deep, it's not all bad. I know that's saying from a pug screaming at his parent. So, the Order of the Deep as an institution is fucking horrible. Individuals in it, though, are not. For example, Phoebe.
Today will be a fine day.
She's a priestess, practically a nun, from the Order of the Deep. She's very popular. She helps out with orphanages constantly, just so that she can see the children smile. She does humanitarian work all the time, and she got to see the crimes that the Order of the Deep had, and so doubted it, and is deconstructing. So, what she's gonna do, she could become the new leader of the Order of the Deep. I know, a female pope. Outrageous. She could be like the Pope as Johanna. You might remember that from Makoto in P5. So, she represents the ideals that the Order of the Deep has, without all the baggage. An example I can give is like, Ultraman has Christian ideals, but without all of the baggage. In this day and age, heresy! I know! But hey, Love and Peace could be technically heresy in that age. For example, Ultraman, it's a tokusatsu series, I really like it. It has the Christian ideals, but because it's from a Japanese lens, they have none of the baggage. None of the whole justifying slavery thing, none of the ethnocentrism, just the ideals of it without all the bad bullshit. She represents New Age Christianity that could be like the more progressive types, like the Quakers. Hell, she looks like a Quaker! She has the hat and the little clothing like this. She could practically become... who's the founder? Hold on, let me find the founder of Quakerism. Founder of Quakerism. George Fox. She could become like the female version of George Fox. The one denomination of Christianity I am fine with... Oh, sorry, hold on. The one denomination of Christianity I'm fine with, Quakers. LGBT friendly. They don't discriminate against race. The whole thing is, let's live in harmony together. Let's be kind to each other. She is practically all that. She could just be a Quaker, and I wouldn't be surprised. So with all that said, with all that context, basically, yeah, that's the rundown. Now, I haven't gone into the whole Hualong thing, and like the whole thing of like Rover and his whole thing, and the Black Shores. I do if you're gonna play any gacha game, play this. There is also Dual Night Abyss, but it's no longer gacha. They don't have a gacha mechanic, which is, I find that really nice. I'll play one day. If you're gonna play a gacha game with gacha mechanics, have it be this one. This one is actually forgiving. The developers are generous. They actually listen to the community. They were like gun puzzles that no one liked, so instead they said, okay, you don't have to switch to a gun character, we'll just give you this. Good example. Really good example. And for any time there's a new patch, they provide you with like 600 of... sorry, like 300 of this, 300 of this. So you get 600. Really damn generous. Also, the story is so much better than Genshin. Holy shit, and this combat. I love it. Anyway, now we're gonna do like the wild hunt. We're gonna hunt down the Threnodian and like the last bits of it. Sa, hajimeyouka!
The high tide of unprecedented scale. Could this be the one in the prophecy? The harbinger of Septimon still?
By the way, most of the voice actors here are from the UK, so you can hear a lot of them telling me. I'm already knee-deep in Final Fantasy 14. My wallet can only take so much. Understandable. Oh, but I do think that if you're a new player, they give you like one of the 5 stars. Actually, Regardless, I give you one of the 5 stars for free from standard banner, and then one of the limited ones that are meta. Pick Shorekeeper! Always pick Shorekeeper for that one. She's fucking amazing as a healer. And is also really good in a lot of teams. Pick Shorekeeper. I even use her in my ice team. But yeah, I understand it. Wait, is Final Fantasy XIV a gotcha?
The high tide is a high tide. Every hunt is a gamble with our lives, no matter the size.
Actually, I'm comparing to something. Are you familiar with Ruby by any chance? Now, this doesn't have the same flair and style. Well, actually, it does have the flair and style of Ruby, actually. Are you familiar with Ruby by any chance? You know, RWBY. Okay, basically, the Dark Tide is like the Grim. The Tacit Discords, they're basically the Grim. It's just the Grim, again. Got to do these few games. Nice. I can't wait for Vizmina to actually, like, improve the thing. I love the series. I mean, I even have, like, the Figma of Ruby, like, right here on my desk, but, like, I love it! I also can see quite a few flaws with the show itself, the writing specifically, but it's got room to grow. It's got, and also the anthology comics are, like, fucking amazing. I love those. Basically, the Dark Tide is like Ruby. Sorry. The Dark Tide is like the Liquid Grim that we kind of saw in volume, what was it, volume 6, or was it volume 7? I'm not doing the joke. Volume 7, I think? You know, like in Atlas, where there's like the puddle of river of liquid grim that just like, yeah. The Threnodian would be like individual large grim, like for example the giant whale, the dragon, except they're like quasi-sentient. Well, actually no, they're straight up sentient. That's what the grim are. Imagine all of them like the Hound, make them bigger, stronger, and tougher. That's what they are. It's perfect. And in this case, imagine that, you know the Weiss's semblance, after she kills the Grim, she can like summon it and then use it, right? That's how the ecosystem works, so like the giant weird little gourds they have in the back. If they kill one of them, they can absorb the remaining frequencies from there and use themselves, or even transform into them temporarily. So everyone has Weiss's glyphs. So that is the best explanation I can give for you, that's what it is. Just note there's a little extra lore there, but for the basic level for most of them, they're just the creatures of Grimm. Yeah, best explanation.
Just keep your
That's
blade
possible.
sharp.
Yep.
Whatever comes, we cut it down. Don't overthink it.
So for context, this thing here,
Such is that blessing.
these are based on the 3 swords that she has in her 30-year-old form. Yes, she is still 30, but in this form she is in her 20s. As to why she's short, she's short. I don't see anything wrong with that. Strange that Augusta would allow Avidius to join the hunt without taking any precautions. Is there the invested lot in this, Lord Falco? Our F4 desires competition. F4 is basically like the leader of Septimont. I am simply granting her wish. As to whether she keeps her throne, well, sometimes the brightest stars burn out fastest. Yeah, so they have to win the gladiatorial battles within the F4.
Did you hear about Avidius and the Senate?
Oh, dish.
Did you hear about Avidius and the Senate?
The power struggle. Nothing new. But going up against Augusta is a steep hill to climb.
Without a strong forte, Augusta's strength was always going to have limits.
The forte is basically an ability.
She lacks the extraordinary power mentioned in the prophecies. Hard to compare her with a hero of heroes of the past.
I wouldn't put it like that. Knowing how Augusta operates, Avidius wouldn't even have risen to prominence if she hadn't allowed it. That kind of grace is the mark of a real ruler.
Yuno mentioned visiting her at Tetragon Temple. Got a bit of free time. Might as well pay her a visit.
Alright, you probably missed Yuno. This is Yuno.
While the moon cycles, I remain the anchor.
She's the head priestess. She can tell the future by looking at the moon. Yes, really. She can summon this giant thing, which is basically a ballista. This is the F4,
Where
Augusta.
my blade leads, triumph follows.
That is a sword with multiple other swords stuck together on it. She has magnet powers, she's Magneto, she's Pyrrha. She's just Pyrrha, but she actually sounds Greekish, Roman-ish. So, context, her voice actress. Go find a voice actress.
Where my blade leads,
Where's her voice
Triumph
actress?
follows.
Ah, Alex Wilton Reagan. Imagine they had Norse ones. They might, I think. I mean, this company, Kuro Games, they also love Devil May Cry, so they gave Dante a daughter!
Who gets the bullet? That's your call.
Our hunt never stops.
You're probably thinking she's Virgil's kid. Nope, allow me to show you that this is Dante's daughter. Where is she?
Galbrena, ready to join the hunt.
For one, her signature weapon's already black and a white gun. Second, she can do this. I beg your premium pardon. Yes! Dante got laid! He didn't die a virgin.
Who gets the bullet?
Yay!
That's your call. This blood. Let it drip into your palm. There. Now, our pact is sealed.
And she's doing what V did, which is having demons in her employ as familiars. Any human lady were a thing. Yeah, maybe. I wonder where the bazooka is. The enemy dimensional pocket. True, but she never gets to use it. Hold on, I need the materials for the... Ah. So far, she has her father's guns and nothing else. By the way, if you want to know how the powers work, basically think of it like a semblance that is specifically acquired from certain triggers. We don't know how. So yeah, they are like a semblance. But it's via the attuning to certain frequencies, it will change how a person's body will react, how it works. For example, a character named Mortefi. Mortefi...
Who gets the bullet?
Him.
That's your call.
Make this quick. I have experiments underway.
So for Mortefi, you can see his like scales underneath his shirt, and his hand is just a dragon hand. That is the result of his forte. So you can tell if someone is a resonator based on like that little mark they have. It looks like this. So for example, Jinse,
specific for you, it would be my honor.
Prime Minister of Jinzhou, she has hers on her spine.
Another day, another
Shixia, she likes Kamen Rider, has it on her... I don't know what part of it. I mean, it's on her stomach. Cartothea. Where does she have? Where does she have? Oh, she has vines on her back. I didn't realize. Where did she have hers? Was it on her armpit or a leg or? Was it on her back? No, not on her back. Was it on her chest or something? No, it's not on her chest. Where is it? I remember she has one. I do not know where it is. Never mind. Actually, I'll give this game a try. Yeah. The coin from that Dante had in, reference to how Dante's bullets are just made of demonic energy. Perfect! Wait, hold on. What was that? Gun on the leg! Mad Cat, I don't think that Dante got Lady pregnant. I think he got Bayonetta pregnant. Or rather, maybe Bayonetta got him pregnant. Bayonetta is the baby mama. Oh no! Oh yes! Both of them are badasses after all, it only fits.
I didn't think I'd find something this grand way out here in the hunting grounds.
Holy shit.
No sign of Yuna, though.
Maybe she's inside.
Are those murals on the wall?
Oh hey, it's depicting the history. More lore! A book that lies before the murals, recording the faint inscriptions carved beneath them. Okay, let's see the upper left one first. An empty wall. It silently waits for the tides of fate to leave damp traces on its parched shore. Okay, the next one. Heed me, redacted, of Septimont. The redacted of the heavens has redacted. Should redacted be redacted again, then redacted be the fate that awaits Septimont. Okay, the third one. Empty wall. Okay. They do not fade in silence of time, they remain waiting for your gaze. We'll recognize them later. Small one. Wrong one, we need a big one. Yeah, this one. Only the hero of heroes of extraordinary power risen from the dark tides shall bring eternity to Septimont. Then shall the waters quiet, the tempest still, and glory return with the blood of the old king. It's still incomplete with a conspicuous patch in the center where the depiction is missing. I don't know what it means, but my intuition tells you significance reaches far beyond the black hole left behind.
Good day to you, Sir Rover. It seems you too have taken an interest in the temple's murals.
These murals.
They are the works of past priestesses. They depict prophecies glimpsed in the sacred flames. Ones already fulfilled, and ones yet to come.
The Sacred Flame, a unique flame produced by igniting specific minerals. In appearance resembles sunlight more than ordinary fire. The precise types and proportions of minerals used to create this flame are closely guarded secret, passed down exclusively through generations of priestesses. While the Sacred Flame offers no special power, priestesses channel their resonance power through it, using its light to glimpse the future and deliver prophecies. Yet, to these priestesses, the Sacred Flame is more than a medium for divination. They view it as a celestial light descended to the mortal world, often referred to it as the Flames.
In any case, all these murals point to two prophecies of importance. The first is a Ragunasi prophecy condemning Septimont's lack of faith in the Sentinel.
Who is dead? We killed him.
Hear this, the faithless ones of Septimont. The divinity of the high heavens has grown enraged. Should your monarch once more stand in contempt of their will, annihilation shall be your fate.
Mad Cat, does that sound familiar?
The second is a continuation of the Ragunesi prophecy, delivered by Septimon's priestesses. Only the hero of heroes of extraordinary power, risen from the dark tides, shall bring eternity to Septimont. Then shall the waters quiet, the tempests still, and glory return with the blood of the old king. You seem drawn to that particular mural. It tells of a calamity yet to come. And, as always, the hero of heroes, who shall rise among us to turn the tide of fate. Yet the identity of this hero remains a mystery. Coincidentally, much like the absent part of this mural, the prophecy of our victory over the coming disaster remains untold. Whether the priestesses can't foresee the fate that awaits, or whether the true prophecy is meant to remain hidden, is indeed a question worth pondering.
Our would-be hero of heroes lost in daydreams again. What is it this time? Staring at an empty wall, hoping one day it will bear your name?
I happened to wander by, passing the time as one does. No need to trouble yourself with someone as inconsequential as I, priestess.
Inconsequential? Come now. Everyone knows you're the Senate's golden child. Those old loons wouldn't spare me a glance, but they hang on your every word.
The Nepo baby versus the lady who actually got a position. you know?
Have you been waiting long? Oh, can't believe you got to you first.
Oh wait, her name is because you know. Not only is she named after the goddess Juno, but she knows. Because she tells the future, she can see it. Like, she actually can.
Isn't paying respects to the heroes fairly commonplace? Surely we needn't allow rivalry to come between us, priestess.
I'm not blind to your tricks, Avidius. Do you really think Rover would take sides? With you? Let me guess. Eliminating Tyrannos and the Dark Tide before anyone else would be the perfect act to prove you're the prophesied hero of heroes. 4 expeditions to Main's Deep, plus a Home Leaf medal, and now you think you can usurp Augusta's place? Don't make me laugh.
Main's Deep, ruined by the bygone civilizations, had to be hidden deep beneath the sanguineous plains. Ancient is lurking in wastelands. Long ago, was visited by 3 heroes. Some modern legend is those who managed to set foot in Main's Deep can hear the whispers of heroes. The hero of heroes and therefore gain powers rivaling their own. Some also hold, since the hero of heroes walked this place, the journey to the Mains has become an inescapable trial for anyone who would claim the title. Home Leaf Medal, a medal bestowed by the rulers of Septimont, exclusively to gladiators who demonstrate exceptional performance in the hunt against the Dark Tide, with the highest honors. Main's Deep.
Oh, read the room, will you?
ADHD. Sorry, I can't.
Please. I don't deny that I am ambitious and aspire to better my station, but I value my duty to defend Septimont's glory just as equally. Should I become the next hero, Septimont would be spared when the next calamity arrives. Is this not what the Tetragon Temple has prophesied?
Why, you...
What if Augusta is the true hero of heroes?
She possesses many qualities worthy of a hero, but she lacks the extraordinary power mentioned in the prophecy.
What if extraordinary power doesn't literally refer to a superpower?
As a resonator, Augusta offers nothing special. Yet throughout Septimont's history, every hero of heroes was born with extraordinary gifts.
She's fucking Magneto!
She may have the strength to wield a sword, but I doubt her ability to endure pain and the slow, wearisome passage of time like other resonators. It's a pity that in a city built on prophecy, Augusta is a disruptor of the rules. I assure you, Priestess, I will not act from the shadows. If Augusta seeks a fair challenge, I shall honor her with the respect she deserves.
Why do I doubt that from you, pretty boy? Yeah, fair challenge. Oh, would you happen to drink this chalice of wine beforehand?
Priestess? Rover, I beg your leave. Perhaps we will bear witness to the birth of a new hero in the hunt to come.
Well, there you have it. That's the gist of it. Finally, some time together, and now it's all ruined.
Hey, the pouty face.
I don't understand. Given Augusta's prestige, the Senate has no real advantage in seizing power. What's their angle?
It all started when Augusta shook things up the moment she became Ethel, especially in rooting out corruption within the gladiators' Aegon while ignoring the senators in the process. Naturally, it ruffled some feathers. Some even accused her of undermining the spirit of gladiating. In reality, they're just upset their piggy banks got smashed. More importantly, this is exactly the kind of chaos Augusta wanted. That idiot. She even went so far as to say, the citizens of Septimont only need to be loyal to Septimont, not her, Augusta. And then, like it's nothing, she tells me that the F4 position only matters when a strong gladiator wants it. She's even more stubborn than I am.
Are you worried about her capabilities?
Now why would I be worried about that? I'm sure you've seen her sword. The inlaid blades are trophies of every gladiator she's defeated. Even ones with decent resonance powers like Ovidius, she eats for breakfast.
Maybe that's her strength. Technical skill.
Though Ovidius makes me rather uncomfortable. It's got nothing to do with his stance, it's more of a hunch. Something about him feels unnatural.
Maybe he's a two-faced liar? Or a manipulator? That could be one of them.
Or maybe I'm just overthinking it.
There's no such thing as overthinking when it comes to investigation. Oh hey, Griffin.
It's the Griffrex. It appears our prey has finally come out for some fresh air.
Native to the Septimont region, Griffrexes once coexisted with the ancestors of Septimont, who sought refuge in Recita. However, the outbreak of the First Dark Tide devastated the border mountains, their habitat, driving most of the species to extinction. Since then, they exist mostly as a common echo, or generated as a fixed frequency from resonance beacons. Over time, Septimontians became aware that the Griffrex echoes still retain their instincts of hunting and sensing its external frequencies. As a result, they were trained as common echoes for hunting purposes to catch and attack outside creations. So the ghosts. Gonna give the game a hero's try? Go for it. If you do want to collab with me, you'll have to go for the SEA server, Southeast Asia. I live there.
We'll meet again later. But next time, I'd like your undivided attention. No distractions,
If you'll see in the event banner, you'll be able to get like a free character. If you can get Yuno, get Yuno. But if you can't get her, there will be Shorekeeper available. Get Shorekeeper. Shorekeeper is the best, one of the best healers, and is also able to be as a tag in, tag out mechanic. You activate her final ability first. You can build a charge easily. Then you can switch 3 times. The third time has to be Shorekeeper herself. You'll see the rings glow gold, and then switch back to her. Massive damage. You'll see later. Oh, but you do have to do it on a good console because this thing dies.
Over there looking at me?
It dies on mobile.
You better go and greet her.
Trust me, you cannot play this on mobile. Your fucking tab will die.
I overheard a few gladiators guessing who the next hero of heroes
He's here. Perfect. Keep in mind I'm also playing on PC and yet it's lagging this much. Hello, madam. May I know why you're looking at me?
Ah. We've been expecting you, roving hero. I see... A void. An unknowable fate. Worry not, my child. A void is by no means nothingness. Follow its guidance, and let it lead. It will open the path to boundless possibility, guiding us through the fog to shores untouched by any before us.
The elderly priestess does not respond. Her gaze is fixed on the blazing flames, her mind seemingly far away, lost in another realm. Considering what the Greek oracles used to have, maybe she's high.
Perfect timing.
Just remember, that's a ghost.
I'll stretch my legs a bit. Huh. I wonder what Grandmother Lilibet and Rover are talking about. Never mind. It can wait. Let's get eyes on this beast, Aquila.
Oh, I remember the perfect analogy for the Threnodian. Imagine in each individual Threnodian is like an individual Salem in each different region. Ah, I once had her leg.
Spirits of the hallowed land, answer my call.
So, more slingshot than bow.
May the eternal sacred flames grant us boundless sight.
So it's less of a.
It's the horn.
So it's not a bow,
find
it's a
Augusta.
slingshot. Pardon, madame.
Over there, behind that cliff, is the Earthrend Wedge, a relic of Sentinel Imperator as ancient as these lands. The destination of your journey, my promise to you, our shared goal.
What's this?
An anchor stone, made from tacitite formed around the Earthrender.
A type of small device manufactured from that. It provides energy to anchor obelisks, which in turn amplified frequency to repel the dark tide. They strategically set up anchor stones. Drive dark tide creations towards the base of the Earth's wedge. Ah, so it's a protective charm.
It contains a fraction of the Earthrender's power. It offers no defense capabilities, but it can at least serve as a temporary measure to hold off the dark tide, or its creations. We need to deploy 3 of these in predetermined locations across Marinwood to generate a force field. This will drive the Chorosaurus to the Asphodel Barrens in the lower levels. The field blooming with asphodels, is where the hunting party can safely reach the lower levels. Judging from the height, it's close to the Earthrender's base. In that field of glory, we will grant Tyrannos the death it deserves.
That black fog.
Tyrannos' calling card is the vanguard of the Dark Tide. Our prey isn't exactly known for playing by the rules.
Huh? You can't post GIFs. What? Hold on, let me fix this. Why can't you post GIFs?
The Runewood lies on the other side of these cliffs. That beast has reasoned we're likely to take to the skies on reflexes, and has laid an ambush, waiting to drag us down into the abyss.
Okay, try it now. Ah, Fox, welcome in. GIF might have frame that wasn't safe, not sure. Right. Anyway, playing Wuwa. If you'd like, either Matt can give you the lore rundown, or I can. Depends if you know about Ruby.
Chorosaurus that knows how to set a trap, waiting for its hunters to walk right into it. Quite an interesting opponent. Gladiators, march with me to the hunting grounds. Let the sacred flames ignite your resolve. The enemies of Septimon shall bear witness to our might!
You okay, Augusta?
Let us be on our way.
You familiar with Northern Graves, or do you need the rundown?
Something's not right. Be on your guard, everyone!
The bars are for blood immunity. What? Oh no.
Watch out!
Honor cannot be summoned.
Over there! Getting excited, are we, Tyrannos?
Watch out for those molten rocks. Use the pillars for cover. Move!
Oh right, you can do that.
Cunning bastard.
Everyone, onto the ledge, now!
We're almost at Ornstein.
Victory is still far from reach. We're not in the clear yet. Stay behind me.
Rocks above!
Cutscene time. Ah. Hold on, let me go see if you're still muted. I'll unmute you. There we are, you're no longer muted. That was weird.
This path will take us to the first and
Tacit discords.
Ah, just in time. My swords had enough of raising.
Duragam.
Such carnage.
These tricks do not surprise me. Avidius, take your response team and get that anchor obelisk functioning. Rover and I will provide cover.
As you command, Your Excellency.
Shiny everything. Yep. Mabushi.
Hopefully this helps.
Barely felt it. Never back down. Undying glory!
Avidius' team should be almost done, Augusta. I'll head over to join them.
So I gotta go fix things because people can't people.
Of course.
Ah, understandable.
See that it's done.
Thanks for stopping by.
Your aid couldn't have come at a better time. We were just about to insert the anchor stone into the obelisk.
I shall be around being a gentleman. It's good on you, mate. Where's the mouse? Huh? Hold on, this thing isn't working. Hold on, something's wrong. I'm gonna have to reload this. I'll be right back. Ah, shit. That's why the connection's off. Please work. Okay, so the Wi-Fi is not malfunctioning, at least not on OBS. Okay, finally. What the? What the? There's no mouse. What's going on? What's going on? Something's wrong. Hold on, let me go check this again. Why isn't this working? I'm gonna look up this bug here. Yeah, something's wrong with this thing. I don't know what's going on. Where's my mouse? Do I have to do this on mobile? Okay, hold on. I'm going to try downloading this on my iPad. I'm going to try clearing it on my iPad, and then I'm going to go continue the stream, alright? I'm sorry. I'll be right back. What the hell is happening here? What's happening? I can't move it. I can't even see my own mouse. How am I supposed to do this? Wuwa Anchor Stone Bug. Is the Anchor Stones? Hold on, not the Anchor Stones. Something to do with. First, I need to look at the actual item. Harbinger. Something. Anchor obelisks, okay. Anchor obelisk bug. I'm looking at the wiki for this. I'm checking Reddit for the monument, obelisk. Absolute anchor field. Hold on. A right stick. happening? What am I supposed to do? I suppose now all I can do is actually just, like, wait. Okay, now I'm going to do like some, it says fix, I'm going to try that. Bug. Freaking close to the bug. Of course. No luck for me, no good things for me. Oh, will that ever happen? Where did I put that spare ring part? There it is. No data usage. I'm downloading it on my iPad as a last resort, just in case it doesn't work. It's gonna take a while, of course. Integrity of the game files is verified. You can start the game now. Let's see, shall we? See, alright. There it is again! What is going on? My mouse isn't there. Oh, I have to press and hold the Alt button. Why? Combo. Finally. Sorry for that intermission.
Excellent work, God.
Inside these hunting grounds, the hunter can become the hunted at a moment's notice. Think that beast is running away? Just a trick to throw us off. Let Augusta humor its little performance. Beasts who think they've won are always the first to die.
Oh, let me hear that line, sorry.
Think that beast is running away? Just a trick to throw us off. Let her handle the Chorosaurus for now. We have more important matters to take care of.
Alrighty then. What brings you here, you know?
Oh, surprised to see me? I've already shared my interest with you. It wouldn't kill you to remember a few things I've said, would it? But fine. Since it's you, I suppose I can let you in on the secret. The Chorosaurus is just an appetizer. I've got bigger fish to fry.
Interesting.
The next anchor obelisk is on the other side of the plateau. Ah, impeccable timing, my dear priestess.
Consider this a privilege, would-be hero.
Wingrays are here too, huh?
Does that surprise you? Augusta and I prepared it all well in advance. Ride the winds and let's soar over...
Oh.
We've lost sight of Augusta and the Chorosaurus. Let me see your terminal, Rover.
What for?
There. Try using the sensor.
Traces the dark tide.
Catch on quickly. My resonance power can reveal hidden traces of the dark tide for a short time. With these markings, be it Tyrannos or Tyran whatever, nothing can escape my eyes.
Oh, we're supposed to find the obelisks.
Yes, you're not wrong. But the beast also has its eye on them. A sly enemy like this won't play by the usual rules. The more cautious we are, the better. Ha! So it is heading for that cave. The second obelisk is also in that direction. Come, let's go have a little fun with our friend. This is it. The second obelisk.
Mind the tacit discords.
I'd be more worried about yourself, would-be hero. Try not to slow us down.
Wind rises. The wicked will face judgment. Rise. Judgment strikes! Will face judgment! Annihilation!
Did it manage to get here? There's an opening in the floor. That's our way out. Careful of the rocks!
I'll keep it busy. Now is your chance. Go!
Augusta!
My apologies for the delay. Be warned, the Chorosaurus could return at any moment. We should leave.
Here it comes!
These formations seem solid enough for a quick pause.
Tyrannos will not rest until we are corpses.
Up there to the left. That stone seems loose. Pull it down, Rover.
Honor cannot be silent. In control.
power! Hopefully this helps. The wicked will face judgment!
Fight by my side! It works!
The obelisk. Leave it to me.
Okay, I have to press and hold the Alt button for this.
Splendid! Let's keep up the momentum. You again.
It just left.
Should be the anchor obelisk doing its job. Or perhaps it's up to something more insidious.
The direction it's heading. Is it planning to destroy the final anchor obelisk?
This fog hinders our vision. We could be walking into a trap.
Makes for a fun challenge. Don't you agree, Alex? Stay vigilant. In due time, Tyrannos will learn that gladiators always shattered. Repent. For silence beckons.
With stars in the death there. Taste my resolve. The obelisk is right over there.
Oh, right. It's Friday.
Good. You did well not to disappoint. Pleasing to the ears,
Sorry, I was playing something.
Predictable.
Oh.
I shall bear witness. Let's seize the moon. Predictable. Like it. I got plenty more of that. On you go. Praise me.
Disperse.
My turn to what?
Sentence, charge forth with me. Sounding windstorm. Sweep all the way.
Repent. For silence beckons.
Atonement. With style and grace. Face me. Augusta, Tyrannos is heading for the Asphodel Barrens.
The net has been cast. It's time to reel in the prize.
Only thing I'm gonna do. Go for a sleazy one. Now it practically melts in my mouth. One more of the long ones.
Keep up.
Delicious.
Let's seize the moon.
This place.
A field of corpses. Horrifying, isn't it? This is Tyrannos' birthplace. A kingdom of brutality, and the beast is proud of it. Every hunt before this, it was here that we met our final battles. The gladiators went to great lengths to drive the Dark Tide's creatures into the Asphodel Barrens. Likewise, their prey were just as eager to bait their hunters here. This is destined to be an evenly matched game of life and death. Hunter or prey. Only the one still standing gets to decide.
Avidius, descendant of the hero of heroes Attilius, decorated for the 4 crossings of Main's Deep. I see the desire in you. Your desire for power.
Oh, he wants it to be like...
Yet if you wish to be my opponent, then this level of resolve is far from enough. Step forward. Stand next to me and pursue your desires without hesitation. Let your ambitions burn even hotter.
As you wish, Your Excellency.
Finally, some fun for a change. You need only to stay at my side, Rover. Rest. This is a matter between Augusta and Avidius. We shall not intervene for the time being.
Oh, it's a drill tail.
I shall bear witness.
You saw. She just punched it!
Everything is in place. It will take the bait.
She's the hero of heroes.
That's our cue. We're going after it. All this effort we've put into setting this trap. This gift of ours, it better take it. Nice and obediently.
Over there. Stay behind me.
What was that?
Now.
Full sovereign.
You know.
What was that about? And that black fog? It was all mushy. I couldn't even finish it. Ooh, oh boy. Did I take a huge bite out of that one? My head's gone all squishy. I need a quick timeout.
How are you holding up?
Augusta. Augusta. Now you've seen it. His tiny little echo, silencing the dark tide with such ease. Resonance power, such might, such perfection. Confined to this frail human form, you will achieve nothing. You nearly lost everything, as you once did, Augusta. Do not resist the gift of divinity. Follow our guidance. Return to Lonestar.
Augusta. Augusta. If, and I say, if Septimon's fate has already been decided, would you continue to fight?
A ruler assumes their place by accomplishing the impossible for their subjects. It isn't safe here. I'll lead a team and escort everyone to a temporary camp not far from here. But before that, I must ensure no one is left behind. You go ahead, Rover. I am entrusting Yuno to your care.
Should be fine with me.
How are you feeling? Do you want to rest a bit?
I appreciate your concern, but I'm not as fragile as you think. This road is nothing I can't handle.
I mean, she's got to like strong back muscles if she's using a bow that big, right? How is it as smooth as the back of a spoon?
You can set me down here. Come on. Don't give me that concerned look of yours. There's nothing to worry about.
You could stand to rest more.
Wait. You have questions. Don't pretend you don't. Well, spit it out. It's only a minor injury. I can manage.
I saw you fall into the dark tide. What's that all about?
So you've managed to glimpse that far? Or is there more? Just how many more surprises do you have for me? But I suppose only you could manage something like that. Grandmother Lilibet, the head priestess you met at the temple, once spoke of the unknowable void that is your fate. I've yet to fully interpret what she meant by that, but one thing is clear. You are the most unique among us all.
What were those visions?
They were, as I once perceived through the sacred flames, the fate of Septimont. Just as you saw, the dark tide will bring destruction to Septimont, and the death of Augusta. I don't know whether Raguna's predictions are actually true, but fate has given me no response but sorrow. Though I would deny it to the end, as it is now, I cannot ignore it any longer. The dark tide is a force to be reckoned with. Its terror lies not in the illusions it shows or the lies it spins. Rather, it uncovers the parts of us we hide the most carefully. The parts of ourselves we least wish to face.
And if the fate you glimpsed turns out to be false?
Never. My prophecies are never wrong. How I loathe this feeling. This helplessness. To know everything, to see everything, and yet be powerless to change a thing. Since we've come this far, might as well share a secret with you. The you see before you can no longer see the threads of fate. I gave up my ability to peer into fate in exchange for the resonance power to resist the dark tide. Why? Because I refused to be fate's obedient puppet, bowing to its whims and letting it dictate my every step. But in the end, despite all the sacrifice, we still couldn't escape its grasp. The dark figure we faced in Asphodel Barrens was, in fact, an embodiment of the dark tide. We call it the False Sovereign. Unlike other dark tide creations, it can devour and reshape the scattered powers of its maker. I'm unclear how things will unfold, but I'm certain it's the source of evil that will bring about the fall of Septimont, just as the prophecy foretold. Before this hunt, Augusta and I investigated such dark tide irregularities at the Sanguis Plateaus. We then formed a plan to take advantage of the Sovereign's nature, using the Chorosaurus as bait to lure out its imperfect form. Maybe this way we can rewrite Septimont's tragedy before it even begins. But as you can see, we failed.
Is there really no way to alter fate of the prophecy?
I do not know. Fate doesn't lie. Perhaps death is the only choice we're given in the end. But knowing Augusta, I'm sure that fool would fight till the bitter end. There is one thing I'm not certain about. For reasons I can't explain, the fate shown to me by the dark tide feels different from what I remember.
Thanks a moment.
What is it exactly? Ugh.
Your arm.
The dark tide doesn't exactly show up in a stable form. My powers manifest its creations in exchange for a teensy piece of my existence. That's the price to pay, I suppose.
What?
I admit it sounds a bit complicated. In short, just know a little sleep will relieve these side effects.
Understanding the situation will take time. Until then, focus on resting and getting better.
A fair point. Once I've recovered my strength, sorting out these questions will be as simple as a flick of a finger. Oh, by the way, take this.
What's this?
A Lunarum bracelet containing a small portion of my resonance power. It was passed down to me by my predecessor when I became a priestess. It's quite dear to me, you know, so be sure to take extra good care of it. And don't expect there'll be a spare if you lose it. Rely on it in my absence. Who knows? It may even help fill in for me and help you and Augusta in my place. Now, why would you say that?
What did I say there? Thank you. Well, of course I have to thank you. Give me a bracelet.
I'll only be taking a short nap. Don't you or Augusta even dare think about leaving me behind, is that clear?
I should see how things are with Augusta now.
Time for a little nap.
Sorry, I have to deal with something. Sorry everyone, I have engaged in an ideological debate on Twitter with a bloody white supremacist. What the fuck am I doing? I feel sick. Ovidius, what have you got to say for yourself?
The situation we're currently facing is more dire than any I've come across. For the sake of Septimont, I must momentarily set aside my quest for power. My 4 expeditions to Main's Deep. Now may not be the best time to discuss past events, but if you insist. It dates back to a high tide 4 years ago. At the time, we were driven by the fury of the dark tide into the lower levels of the hunting grounds, the wastelands. I had no intention of emulating the feats of the 3 Hero of Heroes in conquering Main's Deep. But with the dark tide's blockade, I had to lead repeated expeditions into those underground ruins. It dates back to a high tide 4 years ago.
Ah.
Fortune, however, did not turn its back on us. In that dark and treacherous place, my companions and I managed to carve out a path to survival.
Are those companions of yours also in this hunt?
Fate has its ways. Now only I remain able to face the hunting grounds trials. Many of my companions fell to the corruption of the Dark Tide. Those left barely overcame the Dark Tide's influence with the help of a plant unique to Mainsdeep, Mizona. Even so, they still suffered from the torment it caused and were forced to cut their time as gladiators short. This home leaf medal was granted to me by the former Ephor after the crisis.
Smart.
A victory, yes, but one laced with pain. My companions should never have suffered the Dark Tide's disgrace.
Time for a little nap. It's just a dream.
This moment, God's responding.
Today's story is the great battle between a righteous knight and the wicked Threnodian. And the victor is Cardathea the Knight. Time for a little nap. It's just a dream. Today's story is the great battle between a righteous knight and the wicked Threnodian. And the victor is Cardathea the
Sorry,
Knight.
everyone, I knew that. cannot believe I'm having to do this. Sorry, everyone. A brief intermission. Talking to fascists is fucking exhausting. I can't believe it. I met an actual fascist in the wild. Well, chatted, typing to one. I feel sick.
Messages have been sent to the encampment and all sectors of the main island, and defenses are currently being deployed per your instructions, Your Excellency.
Good. Ensure timely reports on any new developments.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I've made arrangements for the war effort. Strategically, we must always brace ourselves for the worst. Communications with the Black Shores are also underway. The F4's palace has previously established a connection with a consultant in the Rinascita region. We've reached an agreement granting the Black Shores permission to access Septimon's resonance nexus. They'll be able to monitor and collect data on the Dark Tide during the hunt. In return, should any complications arise, the Black Shores are to fulfill their side of the agreement and provide us with the necessary technical support.
A consultant active in Renacida?
That's right. Her name is Buling. An interesting young lady. Left quite an impression on me.
Huh. So it is her. Why don't you let me handle contacting the Black Shores, Augusta? We talk from time to time. It'll help make things smoother for us.
Of course. I'll leave it to you then.
Alright, I think I got the whole picture now. Ugh, Rover, how do you keep ending up in messes like this? This is one tough cookie, alright.
You mean...
Let me tell you, the latest data we got from the Resonance Nexus isn't so pretty. Something's really off with the Dark Tide in that Sanguis place. I don't remember it being this crazy before. Normally, Usually, the dark tide getting all freaky during high tide is whatever, right? But now, I don't know what happened, because it's turning into a person. So listen up. I'll give you Tethys' rundown. That humanoid thing, that sovereign, is gobbling up frequencies like a maniac. It's eating anything with energy, dark tide stuff, tacit discords, echoes, you name it. Might even be saving other things for dessert. Basically, the Sovereign isn't gonna attack Septimon or Raguna anytime soon. It's too busy getting fat first. Once it's stuffed full of energy, it'll try and smash the Earthrend wedge in one go. With the Earthrender gone, poof, all that dark tide under the hunting grounds will explode like a pimple. When that happens, it's game over for Renacita. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, it will be bye-bye.
According to wants to share with me, the plan that she was to devise to hunt on the Sovereign, though that plan has since failed. I relayed details by Augustus permit.
Moves, team. Cutting through the clutter, I see what you're doing. This Corosaurus is just the bait to hook the big fish, isn't it? Your real plan is to stop the Sovereign before it fully forms. Nip it in the bud. Am I right, boss?
You are right on the mark.
Heaven and earth are in harmony. But then again, smooth sailing isn't always a good thing either. Too much harmony invites trouble. Tethys did pick up a strange frequency midway through the hunt. Everything was fine until that frequency came out of nowhere, and then suddenly the Sovereign took form way ahead of schedule. Talk about flipping the table.
Can you trace the frequency back to its source?
Well, let me get another reading. Oh, the cheese all messed up. It's kind of hard to see. It's like someone clouded the heavenly signs on purpose.
One way or another, we must find the Sovereign and stop it before it absorbs any more frequencies. This might be our only option for now.
That's right. Supernatural powers or not, the Sovereign can't escape good old Tethys. Let me see. Yup. It's wandering in an area with a whole lot of other frequencies. Looks like it's east of the Sanguis Plateaus. Yeah, that place has lots of dark energy. bet many tough people died there.
Murmur's Town. Understood. I will stop it in its tracks.
Under the oath of the Hunt, I'll fight alongside you to the very end.
Your Excellency, with your permission, I wish to accompany you to Murmur's Town. I know this request may seem bold, and I'm aware of the dangers ahead. But as a warrior of Septimont, I cannot simply stand by. Gladiators! We are united as defenders of Septimont's honor. I do not claim the right to ask this of you. But in my heart, I believe everyone here has earned the glory we bear. Let our deeds today reflect that greatness.
He's right.
He's right.
Septimont Aegis.
We have to fight.
Yeah.
Get up.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Well said, young man. Gladiators of Septimont fear no challenge. When the storm approaches, can an eagle soaring in the skies remain content as a fledgling beneath another's wings? Your Excellency, we will follow you anywhere.
Very well. You have sworn your allegiance to Septimont with your resolve. Your bravery is witnessed not only by me, but by the fallen heroes lying in Capitolini Hill. They take pride in your courage. If you wish to fight together, then so be it. I will afford your fervor its due respect. Come, take up your blades. For Septimont! For the name of heroes eternal!
The wise choice, Augusta. It is time. Return to where you belong. Fabian has long awaited your homecoming.
Murmur's Town sits atop the wastelands, below the hunting grounds. It has since become a forbidden territory, after the Dark Tide's corruption 16 years ago. Follow me. The Wingray can give us a lift. Avidius, ready the anchor stones. We must set up a defense line around Murmur's Town.
It shall be done, Your Excellency.
I think that'll do for tonight. Sorry. I forgot to deal with something here. How do people go? I'm dealing with someone who I do not think could exist. We will be raiding. Let's see. Is she still alive? She's not live. Right, who is? I think he'll do the great safe thing. He's my friend Izanami. We'll be raiding her tonight. Good night, everyone. Tomorrow, well, today we'll be playing with Musume. See you all soon.